You are a volcano of suppressed emotions, and yet you try to sit silently like a Buddha? It is a lie. I tell you, before you can find the silence of the soul, you must first go through the madness of the body. My dynamic meditation is not a prayer, it is a surgical strike on your ego. Unless you throw out all the junk you have gathered, how can you ever expect to meet the divine guest within? Stop pretending and start exploding. My beloved friends, I see you. I see you sitting in your rooms, crossing your legs, closing your eyes, and trying so hard to be silent. You are trying to be a Buddha, but inside you there is a madman shouting. You are trying to be still, but your body is vibrating with 1,000 suppressed desires, 1,000 unlived lives. You have been told that meditation is about sitting like a statue, but I tell you, that is the greatest lie ever sold to humanity. How can a volcano be silent? First, it must erupt. Only after the fire has left the mountain can the mountain know the cool, silent breeze of the morning. This is why I have designed a meditation that is not for the people of 2000 years ago. Those people were simple, they lived with nature, they worked with their bodies, their minds were not so crowded. For them, sitting silently under a tree was enough. But you live in a jungle of concrete. You live in a world of constant noise, of constant repression. You are taught from the cradle to hide your tears, to hide your anger, to hide your sexuality, to hide your very soul. You are a pressure cooker. And if I tell you to just sit and watch your breath, you will only be watching the steam build up until you explode in madness or disease. This is why we must start with chaos. We must start with a storm so that we can find the center of the cyclone. If you are ready to drop the mask, if you are ready to be authentically yourself, even if that self looks a little crazy to the world, then stay with me. This journey we are embarking on today is the most significant thing you will ever do for your consciousness. And if you feel that these words are touching something deep within you, something that has been waiting to wake up, I invite you to subscribe to this channel and join our community of seekers. By clicking that subscribe button, you are not just following a channel, you are making a commitment to your own awakening. Dynamic meditation is a method to create a situation in which the mind cannot function. The mind is a very clever thing. If you sit silently, the mind will start talking to itself. It will plan your lunch. It will remember your childhood. It will worry about your bank account. But if you are breathing like a blacksmith's bellows, if you are screaming, if you are jumping, the mind becomes confused. It doesn't know what to do with this sudden outburst of energy. And in that confusion, a gap is created. That gap is the door to the divine. Before we dive into the technical details of how to do this, and I will explain every step so you can do it tomorrow morning as the sun rises, I want you to understand the philosophy behind it. Modern man is a repressed being. You have so much junk inside you that you are unaware of. Think of your mind like a basement where you have been throwing things for 40-50 years. You never go down there, but the smell is coming up. It affects your relationships. It affects your health. It affects your sleep. Dynamic meditation is a way to go down into that basement with a broom and a torch. It is a cleansing. It is a catharsis. Many of you ask me, Osho, why can't I just be happy? You cannot be happy because you have not paid the price for happiness. The price is your ego. The price is your pretension. You are carrying a heavy luggage of shoulds and should nots. You think you should be peaceful. Why? If you are angry, be angry. If you are sad, be sad. Don't be a hypocrite. If you want to reach the heights of the Himalayas, you must first walk through the valleys. As we walk this path together, you might find that your heart feels lighter, that your vision becomes clearer. If you find value in this transmission, consider supporting this work. You can use the super thanks button below to contribute directly, or you can click join to become a member of this spiritual family. Your support allows us to keep sharing these revolutionary techniques with a world that is starving for truth. And for those of you who want to go deeper into the written word, our ebooks are available, providing a roadmap for your internal exploration. These are not just books, they are mirrors. Now let us talk about the first stage of dynamic meditation. It lasts for 10 minutes. This stage is on about the breath. But it is not the rhythmic, calm breathing of the yogis. No, this is chaotic breathing. You must breathe as fast as possible, as deep as possible, with your whole being. Let the breath be like a hammer, hitting the doors of your energy centers. When you breathe chaotically, you are breaking the patterns of the mind. The mind is habitual. It likes things to be predictable. But when you breathe without a rhythm, the mind is sogged. It cannot stay in control. You are bringing in a massive amount of oxygen, and this oxygen starts to fire up the electricity in your body. You may feel tingling in your hands. You may feel heat in your belly. This is good. It means the sleeping serpent of your Kundalini is beginning to stir. Forget the world during these 10 minutes. Forget that you are a doctor, a lawyer, a father, or a mother. Become the breath itself. Let the breath be so intense that you disappear. There should be no breather, only breathing. Do not worry about how you look. This is your time. This is your life. If you don't do it now, then when? The breath should be deep into the lungs. Most people breathe only from the chest. They are afraid of life, so they breathe shallowly. They are afraid to let life in. I want you to breathe so deeply that your very navel is affected. The navel is the source of your life energy. It is where you were connected to your mother, to the source of existence. By hitting the navel with the breath, you are awakening the very core of your being. As you do this, you will notice that thoughts still try to come. Let them come and let them go. Don't fight them. Just keep your focus on the chaotic breathing. It is like a storm that is blowing away the dead leaves of the past. If you find this instruction helpful, please like the video and share it with someone who you know is struggling with stress or a cluttered mind. Sharing truth is a form of compassion. Now, after 10 minutes of this intense, chaotic breathing, something begins to happen. The body is fully charged. It is like a battery that has been plugged into a high voltage socket. Now comes the second stage, catharsis. This is also for 10 minutes. This is where you let go. This is where you go mad. I say mad because in our society, being authentic is called madness. If you see someone screaming on the street, you call the police. But I tell you, if that man doesn't scream, he will eventually kill someone or kill himself. It is better to scream in a controlled environment like meditation. In the second stage, I want you to explode. Whatever is inside you, let it come out. If you feel like shouting, shout. If you feel like crying, cry. If you feel like jumping or dancing or shaking or laughing, do it. Don't judge what comes out. If you feel like a dog, bark. If you feel like a lion, roar. This is a total cleaning of the subconscious. You have been holding back your anger for years. Your boss shouted at you and you smiled. Your spouse hurt you and you stayed silent. All that energy is sitting in your muscles, in your blood, in your nerves. It is poisoning you. In this second stage, throw it out. Give it to the universe. The universe is big enough to handle it. You are not doing this to anyone. You are not angry at a person. You are simply releasing the energy of anger. This is a very important distinction. If you are angry at someone, you are still caught in the ego. But if you are just angry, it is a pure release. It is like a cloud that needs to rain. Once it rains, the cloud disappears and the sky is blue again. I have seen people who have been in therapy for years, talking and talking, and nothing happens. Why? Because talking is of the head. You cannot solve a problem of the heart with the head. You need to involve the body. You need to sweat. You need to scream. You need to vibrate. When you do this, you will feel a tremendous relief. It is as if 1,000 pounds have been lifted from your shoulders. In this stage, be total. Half-hearted meditation is a waste of time. If you do it with your whole heart, your whole soul. Give everything you have to these 10 minutes. You will be surprised at how much energy you have hidden behind your polite masks. This is the beauty of dynamic meditation. It is a bridge. It takes you from the noise of the world to the silence of the soul. But it acknowledges that you cannot reach the silence without first honoring the noise. This is the path for the modern man, the path of the Zorba the Buddha. A man who can enjoy the earth, who can dance and sing, but who can also sit in the silent light of the morning. If you are beginning to understand why this technique is so powerful, you might want to look into our ebooks, where I explain the deep connection between the body and the spirit. And don't forget to leave a comment below. I want to hear about your experiences. Have you ever felt the need to just scream and let it all out? Have you felt the weight of repression? Your comments help others realize they are not alone in this struggle. After the second stage, we move into the third stage. 10 minutes of jumping with your arms raised high, shouting the mantra, who, who, who. This is not just a sound, it is a key. The sound who goes deep. It hits the sex center, the root chakra. In the East, we call it the Mooladhara. This is the seat of your basic life force. By jumping and landing on your heels and shouting who, you are hammering that energy center. You are forcing the energy to rise upwards. Usually, our energy is flowing downwards, towards the earth, towards biological reproduction. There is nothing wrong with that, but it is only the beginning. The energy must also flow upwards, towards the heart, towards the third eye, towards the 1,000-petaled lotus of the crown. When the energy moves upwards, you feel a new kind of vitality. You feel a new kind of intelligence. You are no longer just a biological animal. You are becoming a spiritual being. The Who mantra is a very ancient technique used by the Sufis for centuries. It is a way to wake up the sleeper. You have been asleep for many lives, dreaming that you are awake. This Who is an alarm clock. It says, wake up, the sun is rising. The bridegroom is at the door. Keep your arms up. Do not let them drop. Even if they feel heavy, even if they ache, keep them up. This physical tension is necessary to create the internal fire. You are creating a fever of consciousness. This fever will burn away the dross, the ego, the illusions. Just keep jumping. Land on the flats of your feet, letting the vibration travel up your spine. You are a warrior of the spirit in this moment. You are fighting for your own freedom. You are fighting against the gravity of the mind that wants to pull you down into boredom and misery. Jump, shout, be total. Now imagine that we have done the first 3 stages. You are sweating, your heart is beating fast, your energy is vibrating at a high frequency. You are no longer the same person who started the meditation 30 minutes ago. You have broken the cell. You are raw. You are open. You are vulnerable. This is the most beautiful state to be in. And then comes the 4th stage. The most critical stage. It is the stage of stop. Suddenly I say stop, or the music stops, and you freeze. You freeze exactly as you are. If your arms are up, let them stay up. If your body is twisted, let it stay twisted. Do not move. Do not adjust your hair. Do not sweat a fly. For 15 minutes, you are a statue. Why? Because in that sudden stillness, the energy that you have awakened has nowhere to go but inwards. It is like a rushing river that suddenly hits a wall. It cannot go forwards, so it starts to go deep. It starts to fill every corner of your being. In this silence, you become a witness. You are not the body is still. You are not the mind is soaked into silence. You are the one who is watching. This is the moment of meditation. The first 3 stages were only a preparation. They were just the cleaning of the house. Now the guest has arrived. The guest is your own soul. In this stop, you will see the world in a new way. You will hear the birds outside. You will hear your own heartbeat, but you will be detached. You will be like a mirror. A mirror reflects the mountain, but it does not become the mountain. A mirror reflects the fire, but it does not get burnt. This is the state of witnessing, what I call saksi. This is the ultimate reset. All the stress of your life, all the anxieties about the future, they all disappear in this gap. You are simply isness, pure existence. You are one with the trees, one with the stars, one with the silence of the cosmos. If you are enjoying this journey into the self, please take a moment to hit the join button and support our efforts to bring more of these guided insights to the world. And if you found this stop stage particularly intriguing, maybe you'd like to share this video with your friends. Let them know there is a way out of the madness. The final stage, the 5th stage, is for 15 minutes. It is the stage of celebration. The music starts again, something joyful, something rhythmic, and you dance. You don't dance like you are in a club trying to impress someone. You dance out of sheer gratitude. You dance because you are alive. You dance because the energy is overflowing. Celebration is the highest form of prayer. A man who cannot dance is a dead man. A man who cannot sing is a desert. I want you to be a garden, full of flowers, full of fragrance. In this final stage, let the dance happen. Let your body move on its own. You are not the dancer, you are the dance. This celebration carries you back into the world. You don't leave the meditation behind. You carry the silence of the 4th stage and the joy of the 5th stage into your daily life. When you go to work, you go with a dance in your step. When you talk to your children, you talk from that silent center. This is what it means to be a new man. To be in the world but not of it. To use the mind but not be used by it. To have an ego for the marketplace, but to be egoless in your own being. Dynamic meditation is a powerful medicine. It is not for the faint-hearted. It is for those who are courageous enough to look into their own darkness so that they can find their own light. It is for those who are tired of being normal and want to be extraordinary. And remember, extraordinary doesn't mean you have more than others. It means you are more of yourself. As we continue to explore the depths of this technique and how it can transform your very DNA, I encourage you to check out our super thanks and join options. Your contributions help us reach more people who are lost in the chaos of modern life. Also, our ebooks provide a deeper context to these practices, helping you integrate them into a complete lifestyle of awareness. Let us go deeper into the first stage again, because the beginning is half the journey. If you start the first stage wrongly, the whole meditation will be off center. The chaotic breathing must be chaotic. Don't make it a pattern. If you make it a pattern, the mind has won. The mind loves patterns. It loves to say, okay, I will breathe in for 2 seconds and out for 2 seconds. No, that is not what I am saying. Breathe like a madman. Let the breath be unpredictable. Let it be wild. You are trying to break the set of your personality. Your personality is nothing but a set of habits. By breathing chaotically, you are shaking the foundations of those habits. You are becoming a liquid. Only when you are liquid can you be molded into something new. Think of a piece of gold. If you want to make it into a beautiful ornament, you must first melt it. You must put it in the fire. Dynamic meditation is that fire. The first 3 stages are the heating process. You are melting your rigid ego, your rigid ideas, your rigid body. Most people have a body that is like a cage. Their muscles are tight, their posture is defensive. When you breathe and scream and jump, the body becomes flexible again. It becomes the body of a child. Have you ever seen a child? A child is pure energy. A child doesn't need a reason to dance. He dances because the sun is shining. He cries because he is hungry. He is total in everything he does. I want to give you back that childhood. I want to give you back that totality. In the first stage, use your whole body to help the breath. Don't just use your nose. Let your shoulders move. Let your chest expand. Let your whole being become a bellows. The more oxygen you take in, the more prana, the more life energy you are accumulating. This energy is what will carry you through the next stages. If you feel dizzy, don't be afraid. It is just that your brain is receiving more oxygen than it is used to. Our brains are normally starved of oxygen because we breathe so poorly. This dizziness is a sign that the old structures are loosening. Stay with it. Keep going. Don't stop until the 10 minutes are over. And if you feel like you are gaining a new perspective on your own energy, why not subscribe and join our journey? We are here to support each other in this transformation. Your presence here is not an accident. You are here because you are ready. Now let's talk more about the second stage, the catharsis. This is where most people get stuck. Why? Because we are so concerned with what will people think. Even if you are alone in your room, you are worried about the neighbors. You are worried that you will look foolish. I tell you, the greatest foolishness is to live a life of repression. The greatest foolishness is to carry a volcano inside you and pretend you are a cold pond. Let the neighbors think what they want. This is about your sanity. This is about your soul. In the second stage, if you feel like hitting something, hit a pillow. I have kept thousands of pillows in my ashrams just for this purpose. Treat the pillow as your boss, as your father, as your priest, as anyone who has suppressed you. Don't be civilized. Civilized man is the most sick animal on this planet. Be primitive. Be an animal. When you scream, don't just scream from the throat. Let the scream come from the belly. Let it be a hara scream. In Japan, they know about the hara, the center below the navel. When a scream comes from there, it clears out all the old stagnant energy. You will feel a fire rising in you. This fire is tapas, the heat of transformation. If you feel like laughing, laugh hysterically. There is so much ridiculousness in life that we have ignored. Laugh at yourself. Laugh at your ego. Laugh at the fact that you took everything so seriously for so long. Laughter is a great medicine. It opens the heart. It breaks the armor of the ego. The second stage is a throwing out. Imagine you have eaten something poisonous. What do? You vomit. Catharsis is a spiritual vomiting. You are throwing out all the psychological poisons you have swallowed since you were a child. You were told don't cry, and you swallowed your tears. You were told don't get angry, and you swallowed your rage. Now throw it all up. Once you have thrown it out, you will feel a strange emptiness. But this is not the emptiness of a vacuum. It is the emptiness of a clean room. It is a space where something new can happen. It is a space where the divine can enter. As we move through these stages, you might find that you have questions. Please leave them in the comments. I love to engage with your journey. And if you feel that this message needs to reach a wider audience, please share the video and hit that like button. It helps the algorithm bring this light to more people. The third stage, the Who mantra, is the bridge to the silence. By now, you have cleaned the house and you have fired up the energy. Now you are directing that energy. The Who sound is a deep, resonant sound. It is not who like the English word. It is who, a sharp, deep sound that strikes the sex center. Why the sex center? Because that is where your life begins. That is your powerhouse. If you can move the energy from the sex center, you can move it anywhere. By jumping and landing on the heels, you are giving a physical shock to that energy. It is like kicking a car that won't start. You are jump starting your spiritual engine. Most people's spiritual engines are dead. They are just coasting on habit. This Who is the spark. Keep your arms raised. Why? Because when your arms are raised, your heart is open. You are in a state of surrender. You are saying to existence, I am open. Fill me. I am ready. Take me. It is a gesture of a beggar and a king at the same time. You are begging for the divine and you are a king because you have the courage to ask. Do not stop jumping. Even if you feel you cannot take another step, keep going. This is the will stage. You are going beyond your physical limits. When you go beyond your physical limits, you encounter your spiritual power. Your body will say, I am tired. Your mind will say, this is enough. But you, the witness, say, keep going. This creates a friction between the body, mind, and the soul. And from that friction, a great light is born. It is the light of awareness. You realize, I am not the body that is tired. I am the one who is watching the body being tired. This realization is the beginning of freedom. If you are feeling that spark of awareness right now, maybe it's time to join our channel and become a more integral part of this movement. And don't forget the super thanks. If you want to show some extra love, your support keeps the Who echoing around the world. Now let us talk about the miracle of the fourth stage, the stop. This is the most difficult stage for many because our minds are addicted to movement. We are doing animals. We always want to be doing something. Even in our sleep, our minds are doing dreams. To just stop is the ultimate rebellion against the ego. The ego lives in doing. The soul lives in being. When you stop, the ego is starved. It has nothing to feed on. It starts to wither away. And in its place, your true being starts to shine. When you are told to stop, you must be like a rock. If you were in the middle of a jump, land and stay there. If your arm is half raised, keep it there. Do not even blink your eyes if you can help it. Be a total no to any movement. In this stillness, you will notice that the world is very loud. You will notice the thoughts in your head are like a noisy marketplace. But you are the silent observer. You are like the sky. Clouds come and go, but the sky remains untouched. Thoughts come and go, but you, the awareness, remain untouched. This 15-minute silence is where the transformation happens. This is where the reset occurs. It is like rebooting a computer. All the bugs and glitches of your daily life are cleared out. You are back to your original settings. You are back to the Adam before the fall. You are back to your innocence. Do not judge what you see in the silence. If you see darkness, watch it. If you see light, watch it. If you feel pain, watch it. The secret is the watching. As long as you are watching, you are separate from the phenomenon. And that separation is your freedom. This is the state of vipassana achieved through chaos. Traditional vipassana is sitting silently for hours, but for the modern man that is almost impossible. Dynamic meditation is a shortcut. By creating chaos first, the silence that follows is much deeper and much easier to achieve. It is like the silence after a thunderclap. It is pregnant with meaning. I want you to experience this silence every day. It will change the way you see your life. You will realize that most of your problems are just shadows. They have no reality of their own. They only have the reality you give them by paying attention to them. In the silence, you stop giving them reality. If you are finding this stop stage to be a revelation, please consider purchasing one of our ebooks. They go into great detail about the science of witnessing and how to maintain this state of sakshi even in the middle of a busy day. And as always, your likes and shares help us spread this silence to a noisy world. Finally, we come to the fifth stage, celebration. Why celebration? Because meditation that does not lead to celebration is a bit morbid. There are many holy people who are very serious, very somber. They look like they are carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders. I don't want you to be like that. I want you to be light. I want you to be a sun. If you have truly stopped in the fourth stage, you will feel a tremendous amount of energy in your heart. This energy wants to express itself. It wants to dance. It wants to sing Alleluia. In the fifth stage, let the music move you. Don't do a dance. Let the dance do you. Be spontaneous. If you want to twirl, twirl. If you want to jump for joy, jump. This is your celebration of being alive. It is your thank you note to the universe. The universe is a celebration. The stars are dancing. The flowers are blooming. The rivers are rushing to the sea. Only man has forgotten how to celebrate. Only man has become serious. And seriousness is a disease. Celebration is health. When you dance in this fifth stage, you are integrating everything. You are bringing the chaos of the first stages and the silence of the fourth stage together into a beautiful harmony. You are becoming a whole human being. You are no longer divided. This is the ultimate reset. You have cleared the past. You have awakened the present, and you are dancing into the future. You are ready for whatever life throws at you because you are anchored in your own being. You are no longer a victim of circumstances. You are the master of your own soul. I invite you to try this dynamic meditation tomorrow morning. Do it for 21 days. Why 21 days? Because it takes that long for the body to change its habits. It takes that long for the mind to accept a new way of being. After 21 days, you will not be the same person. You will be more alive, more sensitive, more loving, and more silent. And as you embark on this 21-day challenge, stay connected with us. Subscribe so you don't miss our upcoming deep dives into other techniques. Your journey is our journey. If you felt a transformation today, please use the super thanks to support our work, or join as a member to get access to more exclusive content. Let's create a world of Zorbas and Buddhas. Let us look closer at the why of the 5 stages. Why this specific order? It is a scientific process. Stage 1 is to break the physical armor. Stage 2 is to break the psychological armor. Stage 3 is to wake up the vital energy. Stage 4 is to experience the source of that energy. Stage 5 is to share that energy with the world through celebration. It is a complete circle. It starts from the body and ends in the soul. But the soul then returns to the body to dance. This is my vision for humanity. A religion that is not against the body. A spirituality that is not against the world. I want you to be earth-rooted and heaven-reaching. Most religions have told you that the body is a sin, that the world is an illusion. I tell you, the body is the temple of the divine. The world is the playground of the soul. Don't reject anything. Use everything as a stepping stone to higher consciousness. Dynamic meditation uses your anger, your frustration, your energy, and transforms them into silence and joy. It is alchemy. It is the turning of lead into gold. You are the alchemist. Your life is the laboratory. Don't just listen to my words. My words are only fingers pointing at the moon. Don't bite the finger. Look at the moon. Try the meditation. Experience it for yourself. Only then will you know the truth. Truth is not something you can find in a book. It is not something I can give you. I can only give you the methods. You have to do the work. But I promise you, the work is worth it. The reward is a life of freedom, a life of the first and last freedom. As you go through your day, remember this: you are a witness. Whatever happens, try to stay in that center you found, in the stop stage. If someone gets angry at you, watch the anger, theirs and yours. If you feel happy, watch the happiness. Don't get lost in it, just watch. This watching is the secret of a peaceful life. If you stayed with me this far, you are a true seeker. You have the thirst. I am here to help you find the well. Please like this video and share it with your fellow seekers. Let's make this wisdom go viral. And if you want to support us in a bigger way, hit that join button or send a super thanks. Every bit helps us spread the message of meditation. I want to talk more about the breathing in stage 1. It is the foundation. Many people do it very politely. They breathe, but they are afraid to make noise. They are afraid to let their bellies move. I say, forget the neighbors. If you are too afraid of the neighbors, you will never find yourself. The breath should be deep and fast. It should be chaotic. This means there is no rhythm. Rhythm is of the mind. Chaos is of nature. When you breathe chaotically, you are returning to your natural state. You are breaking the programming of society. Society wants you to be a machine. Machines are rhythmic. Machines are predictable. I want you to be a human being. Human beings are wild, unpredictable, and full of surprises. By breathing chaotically, you are reclaiming your humanity. Think of it like this: you are shaking a tree to get the dead leaves off. The breath is the wind. The more intense the wind, the more dead leaves will fall. These dead leaves are your old thoughts, your old prejudices, your old ways of seeing the world. Let them fall. Let them be gone. As you breathe, you will feel a lot of heat. This is tapasya. In the old days, yogis would sit in the sun to create this heat, but you can create it from within. This heat is what purifies the nervous system. It burns away the toxins of stress. After 10 minutes of this, you will be ready for the explosion of stage 2. If you don't breathe enough in stage 1, stage 2 will be a bit forced. It will be more like acting. But if you have breathed deeply, stage 2 will happen on its own. You won't be able to stop it. The scream will come out like a tidal wave. This is the beauty of the system. Each stage prepares the ground for the next. It is a logical, scientific progression towards the illogical, towards the divine. If you are beginning to see the logic in this madness, you might want to delve into our e-books. They offer a comprehensive guide to all my meditation techniques, not just the dynamic one. And if you have a story of how meditation has changed your life, please share it in the comments. We grow by sharing our light. Let us return to the Who mantra in stage 3. I cannot emphasize enough how important this stage is for the modern man. We are a heady generation. We live in our minds. Our energy is all stuck in the brain. This is why we have so many headaches, so much insomnia, so much anxiety. The Who mantra pulls the energy down from the head to the navel. It brings you back to your center. It grounds you. When you are grounded, you are stable. You are like a tree with deep roots. The storms of life can come, but you will not be uprooted. When you shout Who, do it with your whole body. Let the sound vibrate in your very bones. You are not just making a noise, you are becoming the sound. You are the Who. This sound has a special quality. It is a seed sound. It bypasses the intellectual mind and speaks directly to the life force. It tells the life force it is time to move. It is time to rise. As you jump and land on your heels, you are also stimulating the reflexology points in your feet. These points are connected to all the organs of your body. So you are also giving your physical body a total tune-up. You are waking up your liver, your heart, your lungs, your kidneys. You are becoming a vibrant, healthy organism. Keep your arms up. This is the most common mistake. People get tired and let their arms fall. But when your arms are up, you are open to the sky. You are receiving the energy of the cosmos. If you close your arms, you are closing your heart. Keep them up as an act of will, as an act of love. If you are feeling the energy rising just by hearing about it, imagine what doing it will feel like. Subscribe now so you don't miss the next part of this guide. And if you want to support this channel's mission to bring meditation to everyone, please use the super thanks or click join. Your support is the wind beneath our wings. Now let us talk about the silence of stage 4 again. It is so precious. In our world, silence is a rare commodity. We are constantly bombarded with information, with music, with talk. Even when we are alone, our phones are talking to us. This 15 minutes of silence is a sanctuary. It is a no man's land where you are safe from the world. In this silence, you are not a consumer. You are not a worker. You are not a citizen. You are just you. When I say stop, I mean a total stop. Even the thought, am I stopping, should stop. Just be. Be like a mountain. The mountain doesn't ask, am I a mountain? It just is. In this isness, you will feel a great peace. This is not the peace of a cemetery. It is the peace of a living, vibrant forest. It is a dynamic peace. You are still, but you are overflowing with life. This is the state of the Buddha. Siddhartha Gautama sat under the Bodhi tree and did exactly this. He stopped. He stopped desiring. He stopped striving. He stopped doing. And in that stopping, he became the awakened one. You have the same potential. You are a Buddha in seed form. Dynamic meditation is the water and the sunshine that will help your seed sprout. Don't wait for another life. Don't wait for someday. Someday never comes. There is only now. This moment is the only reality. If you are finding peace in these words, please share this video. You never know who might need this message today. And don't forget to like and comment. Your engagement helps us reach the people who are searching for this silence. Finally, the celebration of stage 5. This is the fragrance of the meditation. If you have a garden, you know that the flowers are the most beautiful part. But the flowers cannot exist without the roots, the soil, the water, and the sun. Stages 1 to 4 are the roots and the soil. Stage 5 is the flower. I want your life to be a flower. I want you to be a fragrance that spreads wherever you go. When you dance in the 5th stage, you are practicing being happy for no reason. Most people wait for a reason to be happy. If I get that job, I will be happy. If I find that partner, I will be happy. But those happinesses are temporary. They come and they go. I want you to find the causeless happiness, the happiness that comes from your own inner being. When you dance out of your own inner joy, you are a master. You are no longer dependent on the world for your well-being. This is true freedom. This is the last freedom. Dynamic meditation is a path to this freedom. It is a path that starts with a scream and ends with a dance. It is a path that is as old as the stars and as new as this morning. I invite you to walk this path with me. Let's do it together. Let's transform ourselves, and by transforming ourselves, we will transform the world. The world is in a crisis, and the only solution is a change in human consciousness. Meditation is that change. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening with your heart. If you want to continue this journey, please check out our ebooks, join our community through the join button, or show your appreciation with a super thanks. And most importantly, do the meditation. I will see you in the next part of this deep dive. Until then, keep breathing, keep dancing, and keep witnessing. The divine is not far away. It is as close as your own breath. It is as close as your own heart. My friends, we have only just begun to scratch the surface of what is possible. There is so much more to explore, so many more layers of your being to uncover. Don't be satisfied with a little piece. Aim for the whole sky. Aim for the infinite. Subscribe, like, and share. Let's build a world of meditation, a world of celebration. I am with you every step of the way. You see, the body is not just a physical structure, it is the history of your soul. Every trauma you have experienced, every time you were told to behave, every time you were forced to suppress a natural instinct, all of it is recorded in your muscles. Your body is a map of your repressions. When you begin the first stage of dynamic meditation, you are not just breathing, you are shaking the very foundations of this map. You are telling your body that it is finally safe to let go of the stories it has been carrying for decades. Most people live in their bodies as if they are tenants in a house they don't own. They are afraid to go into the basement, afraid to look in the attic. They stay in the small living room of the mind, trying to keep everything tidy. But the basement is flooded and the attic is full of ghosts. Dynamic meditation is an eviction notice for those ghosts. It is a way to reclaim every inch of your biological and spiritual home. When you breathe chaotically, you are sending a message to your nervous system. The old rules no longer apply. I am reclaiming my wildness. I am reclaiming my life. This is why the first stage is so intense. It has to be. You are fighting against a lifetime of conditioning. Your mind will tell you that you are tired, that your lungs hurt, that this is too much. This is the mind's way of protecting the status quo. The mind is a conservative entity. It hates change. It wants you to stay in the same old patterns because patterns are safe. But safety is just another word for the grave. A living being is never safe. A living being is always in flux, always moving, always evolving. To be truly alive, you must be willing to burn. In the second stage, when the catharsis begins, you might feel a sudden rush of fear. This is natural. You are opening a door that has been locked for a very long time. Behind that door are all the nasty things you were told were wrong. Your anger, your jealousy, your raw sexual energy, your deep, inconsolable sadness. Society tells you these things are bad. I tell you they are just energy. Energy is neither good nor bad. It is like electricity. If you use it to light a house, it is good. If it shocks you, it is bad. But it is the same electricity. When you suppress your anger, you are also suppressing your passion. When you suppress your tears, you are also suppressing your ability to feel true joy. You cannot selectively numb your emotions. If you numb the bad, you numb the good as well. This is why modern man feels so hollow, so bored, so blah. By throwing out the poison in stage 2, You are making room for the nectar. You are clearing the pipes. Imagine a pipe that is clogged with mud. No matter how much clean water you pour in, it will come out dirty. You must first flush the pipe with a high pressure hose. That is what catharsis is. It is the high pressure hose of your own consciousness. Don't be afraid of the mud. Let it come out. Scream it out. Dance it out. Cry it out. The more you throw out, the more space you create for the divine to enter. Many people ask, but also, if I express my anger, won't I become an angry person? The opposite is true. You are an angry person because you have not expressed it. Expression is a release. Suppression is an accumulation. If you express your anger totally in the meditation, you will find that in your daily life you are much more peaceful. You won't be triggered so easily by your boss or your spouse, because the tank of anger is empty. You have dealt with it at the source. This is the difference between a person who is repressed calm and a person who is transformed calm. The repressed calm person is like a bomb waiting to go off. The transformed calm person is like a deep lake. This brings us to the third stage, the Who mantra. This is where the work becomes very subtle and very deep. The sound Who is a tool to hit the life source directly. You are no longer just dealing with emotions. You are dealing with the raw electricity of your existence. This energy, the Kundalini, is like a sleeping serpent at the base of your spine. It has been asleep because you haven't given it any reason to wake up. You have been living a low voltage life. You eat, you sleep, you work, you watch television. This doesn't require much energy. But when you jump and shout Who, you are demanding more from your system. You are saying, I want to wake up. I want to see what is beyond this mundane existence. The shock of landing on your heels and the vibration of the sound hit the sex center. This is the foundation of your being. From here, the energy begins to rise. It starts to move up the spine, passing through the various chakras, the energy centers of the body. Each chakra represents a different level of consciousness. As the energy passes through the heart center, you feel a sudden surge of love and compassion, not for anyone in particular, but just a general loveness for all of existence. As it moves higher towards the third eye, your intuition begins to sharpen. You start to see things that were hidden from you before. You see the games people play. You see the illusions of the world. And most importantly, you see through your own ego. And when the energy finally hits the crown center, the Sahasrara, it is as if 1,000 suns have risen simultaneously. This is the goal of all meditation, the meeting of the individual with the universal. But this meeting cannot happen if you are holding back. You must be total in your jumping, total in your shouting. You must become a who. There should be no separation between the sound and the seeker. If you are still thinking about your technique, you are still in the mind. Drop the technique and become the energy. Let the body jump on its own. Let the sound happen on its own. You are just a witness to this incredible phenomenon. You are a spectator of your own transformation. Then the sudden stop in the fourth stage. This is the most magical moment. In the previous stages, you were the center of a cyclone. Everything was moving, vibrating, screaming, jumping. Now the movement has stopped. But the energy hasn't. The energy is still there, swirling at a tremendous speed. But because there is no outer expression, it turns inward. This is the implosion of consciousness. In this stillness, you realize that you are not the one who was jumping. You are not the one who was screaming. You are the silence that was watching it all. This silence is your true nature. It is what I call the Buddha nature. It is eternal, it is unblemished, it is beyond birth and death. In this silence, all your questions disappear. Not because you have found the answers, but because the questioner has dissolved. The mind is a question machine. It always wants to know why, how, when. But in the deep silence of the fourth stage, you realize that life is not a problem to be solved. It is a mystery to be lived. You don't need an answer. You need a transformation. You need to become the mystery itself. In that stop, you are no longer an outsider looking in. You are the very heart of existence. This silence is not empty. It is full. It is overflowing with a strange kind of music, the unstruck sound. It is the harmony of the spheres. You feel a deep sense of belonging. You realize that you are not a separate island, but a part of the vast continent of existence. The trees are your brothers. The stars are your sisters. The ocean is your blood. This sense of oneness is the greatest healing there is. It cures the fundamental sickness of humanity, the feeling of loneliness and separation. After 15 minutes of this profound silence, we move into the fifth stage, celebration. This is the most misunderstood part of my teaching. Many people think that meditation should be serious, that a spiritual person should be solemn and grave. I say that is a sign of a sick soul. If your meditation does not lead to a dance, if it does not lead to a song, then something is wrong. You have probably just replaced one kind of repression with another. True meditation always leads to an overflow of joy. You have found a treasure, and your whole being wants to celebrate it. This celebration is not for any reason. You are not dancing because you won a lottery or because you got a promotion. You are dancing because you are. Existence itself is the greatest miracle, and you are a part of it. What more reason do you need to dance? When you dance in the fifth stage, you are bringing the silence of the fourth stage into action. This is the secret of living in the world. If you can dance with the silence inside you, you can do anything. You can work, you can love, you can struggle, and yet you will remain untouched. You will be like a lotus leaf in the water. The water is all around it, but the leaf remains dry. This is the art of being in the world, but not of it. This 5-stage process is a complete science of the soul. It is designed specifically for you, the modern man, because you are so burdened with the past. You need this dynamic approach to break the chains. Traditional methods like sitting and watching the breath are beautiful, but they are like trying to clean a dirty floor with a feather. You need a vacuum cleaner. You need a high-pressure hose. Dynamic meditation is that vacuum cleaner. It sucks out all the dust and dirt of the centuries and leaves you fresh and new. Don't be discouraged if you don't experience everything on the first day. Meditation is a knack. It is like swimming or riding a bicycle. You cannot learn it by reading a book. You have to get into the water. You have to fall off the bike few times. But once you get the knack, you never forget it. It becomes a part of your very being. Consistency is the key. Do it every morning. Make it your primary commitment. Everything else in your life, your job, your relationships, your health, will benefit from this 1 hour of meditation. Why? Because you will be acting from a center of clarity and joy. You won't be reacting to the world, you will be responding to it. Reaction is mechanical. Response is conscious. When you react, you are a slave to your patterns. When you respond, you are a master of your life. Think about how much time you spend on your physical hygiene. You brush your teeth, you take a shower, You comb your hair. But what about your mental hygiene? What about the junk that accumulates in your mind every single day? You are constantly absorbing the anxieties of others, the negativity of the news, the stress of the city. If you don't clean your mind, it becomes a garbage dump. Dynamic meditation is your daily shower for the soul. It washes away all the psychological grime and leaves you shining. I have seen thousands of people transform through this technique. I have seen people who were on the verge of suicide find a new reason to live. I have seen people who were chronically ill find a new kind of health. I have seen people who were successful but miserable find a deep sense of fulfillment. This is not a miracle, it is science. When you change the frequency of your energy, your whole reality changes. You start to attract different people, different situations, different opportunities. You are no longer vibrating at the level of problem. You are vibrating at the level of solution. The first stage of breathing is also a way to connect with the present moment. You cannot breathe in the past and you cannot breathe in the future. You can only breathe now. By bringing your total attention to the breath, you are grounding yourself in the only reality there is. The mind loves to wander into the yesterdays and the tomorrows, but the breath is always here. It is your anchor. As the breath becomes more and more intense, you will feel a heat in your body. This is the fire of awareness. Most people live in a state of lukewarmness. They are neither hot nor cold. They are just existing. I want you to be boiling. When you boil, you turn into steam. Steam can move mountains. Steam is a different state of matter. In the same way, when your energy reaches a certain heat, you undergo a qualitative change. You are no longer just a body-mind. You are a spiritual force. This fire burns away the masks you wear. You have a mask for your parents, a mask for your friends, a mask for your lover. You have so many masks that you have forgotten who is behind them. In the heat of dynamic meditation, these masks start to melt. You might find yourself making faces you didn't know you could make, making sounds you didn't know you could produce. This is good. It means the authentic you is trying to break through the social you. The social you is a construct. It is a set of behaviors that you have learned in order to be accepted. It is a prison. The authentic you is wild, free, and divine. It doesn't care about acceptance, it only cares about expression. Dynamic meditation is the jailbreak. You are escaping from the prison of your own personality. In the second stage, the catharsis, I want you to be as uncivilized as possible. Civilization is just a thin veneer over our animal nature. We try to pretend that we are not animals, but we are. We are biological beings with biological needs and instincts. When we deny these instincts, they become perverted. An animal in the wild is never perverted. Only man is perverted because only man suppresses his nature. By allowing your animal nature to be expressed in a safe environment, you are integrating it. You are saying yes to your biology. And only when you say yes to the lower, can you say yes to the higher. You cannot jump to the attic if you don't have a solid ground to stand on. Your body, your instincts, your emotions, this is the ground. Honor it, express it, let it be. If you feel like crying, cry until there are no more tears left. Tears are a beautiful way to clean the heart. They are not a sign of weakness, they are a sign of sensitivity. A man who cannot cry is a stone. A woman who cannot cry is a desert. Let the tears flow. They will wash away the dust from your eyes, and you will see the world in a new, more vibrant way. If you feel like laughing, laugh until your belly aches. Laughter is the shortest distance between a human being and the divine. It is the only thing that the ego cannot survive. You cannot be serious and laugh at the same time. Laughter is an explosion of life force. It breaks all the boundaries. In the third stage, the who, you are creating a vertical movement of energy. Our lives are usually horizontal. We move from one desire to another, from one goal to another, on the same level of consciousness. We are like people walking on a treadmill. Lots of movement, but no progress. The Who mantra changes the direction. It starts to pull the energy upwards. This upward movement is what I call evolution. It is the transition from a thinking being to a witnessing being. Thinking is always circular. It never leads anywhere. Witnessing is linear. It leads to the source. When you shout who, you are hitting the very bottom of your energy tank and forcing the energy to find a new path. And the only path available is up. As the energy moves up, it passes through the solar plexus, the seat of your power and will. You will feel a new sense of confidence, not the ego confidence of I am better than you, but the soul confidence of I am part of the whole. You will feel a strength that you didn't know you possessed. This is the strength of the universe flowing through you. When the energy reaches the heart, you might feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude. You might even start to cry during the third stage. That's fine. Let the who be mixed with tears. Let it be mixed with laughter. Let it be a total, multi-dimensional expression of your being. Then comes the stop. Do you see the logic now? You have stirred up the whole ocean of your being. Now you suddenly become still. This is the moment of the pearl. When the ocean is still, the mud settles to the bottom and the water becomes crystal clear. You can see all the way to the bottom. You can see the pearl of your own divinity. In this silence, don't try to meditate. Don't try to watch your breath. Don't do anything. Any doing will disturb the silence. Just be. If a thought comes, let it come, but don't follow it. It's like a bird flying across the sky. It doesn't leave a footprint. Let your thoughts be like those birds. Your mind is the vast blue sky. The sky is not affected by the birds, no matter how many there are. This fourth stage is the center of the cyclone. Outside, the world is still spinning. Your body might still be vibrating from the previous stages. Your heart is still beating fast. But in the center, there is absolute stillness. This is your home. This is where you come from and where you will return. Most people spend their whole lives on the periphery, caught in the wind and the rain of the storm. They never find the center. Dynamic meditation takes you to the center by force. It is a forced enlightenment. I know that sounds contradictory, but for the modern mind it is necessary. You are so stubborn, your ego is so thick that a gentle approach often fails. You need a hammer. You need a sock. The stop is that sock. It catches the mind off guard. For a few seconds, the mind is paralyzed. And in those few seconds, you get a glimpse of the beyond. These glimpses are very important. They give you a taste of what is possible. Once you have tasted the nectar, you will never be satisfied with the ordinary water of the world again. You will become a seeker in the true sense of the word. You will realize that everything you have been looking for, happiness, peace, love, is already inside you. You were just looking in the wrong direction. You were looking out there, but the treasure is in here. Finally, the fifth stage, celebration. Now you bring the treasure out. You don't keep it for yourself. You share it through your dance, through your joy. This is the most beautiful part of the human journey, to find the divine within and then to share it with the whole world. Your dance in the fifth stage is a sacred dance. It is not for entertainment. It is an act of worship. But your God is not someone sitting on a throne in the sky. Your God is life itself. Your God is the energy that makes the trees grow and the stars shine. When you dance, you are in communion with that energy. You are saying Amen to existence. I want you to understand that dynamic meditation is not just a technique you do for an hour and then forget. It is a way of life. It is an attitude. It means being total in everything you do. When you eat, eat totally. When you walk, walk totally. When you love, love totally. Don't be a half-hearted person. A half-hearted person never achieves anything, either in the world or in the spirit. Totality is the key to transformation. If you are 99% in, you are 0% in. Only 100% counts. In dynamic meditation, I am asking for that 100%. Give your 100% to the breathing, to the catharsis, to the jumping, to the silence, and to the dance. If you do this, I guarantee you, your life will never be the same. You will start to see the miraculous in the everyday. A flower will not be just a flower. It will be a manifestation of the divine. A sunrise will not be just a physical event. It will be a spiritual awakening. You will realize that you are living in a multi-dimensional universe and that you have been living on only one dimension. This is the ultimate reset because it clears the slate. It removes the user data of the ego and restores the factory settings of the soul. You become innocent again. And innocence is the only door to the truth. Unless you become like little children, you shall not enter the kingdom of God. This is what Jesus meant. He didn't mean you should be childish. He meant you should be childlike, full of wonder, full of energy, and without the baggage of the past. Dynamic meditation gives you back your innocence. It strips away the cynical, tired, bored person you have become and reveals the radiant, energetic, joyful being you truly are. It is a rebirth. Every morning you have the chance to be born again. Why would you choose to stay in the old, dusty, miserable you when you can be a fresh, new, vibrant you? The first stage of breathing. Let's go back to it once more, because it is the engine of the whole process. When you breathe chaotically, you are also affecting the chemistry of your brain. You are flooding your system with oxygen and releasing endorphins. This is a natural high. It is much better than any drug because it is your own energy. It has no side effects except for a feeling of profound well-being. As you breathe, imagine that you are breathing in light and breathing out darkness. With every inhalation, you are taking in the vitality of the universe. With every exhalation, you are releasing the stress and the toxins of the past. This visualization can help you stay focused and increase the intensity of the stage. Don't worry if your body starts to shake or move in strange ways. This is just the prana moving through your channels. We call these kriyas, spontaneous movements of the body as it purifies itself. Let them happen. Don't try to control them. Control is the enemy of meditation. Meditation is the art of letting go. The more you let go in the first stage, the easier the second stage will be. In the second stage, I want you to be a madman in a controlled environment. This is a very important point. You are choosing to be mad. This means that at the center, you are still aware. This is not the madness of a person who has lost their mind. It is the madness of a person who is using their mind to clear out the garbage. This conscious insanity is very healing. It allows you to explore the dark corners of your psyche without getting lost in them. You are like a diver going into the deep ocean with an oxygen tank. The oxygen tank is your awareness. As long as you have that, you can go as deep as you want and always come back to the surface. I have often said that modern man is so repressed that he needs a psychological surgery. Dynamic meditation is that surgery. It is a way to cut through the layers of shoulds and must and get to the is. It is a radical process for a radical time. Look at the world around you. Look at the wars, the violence, the madness. This is all a result of human repression. We are a ticking time bomb of unexpressed emotions. If we don't find a way to release this energy consciously, it will continue to be released unconsciously through destruction. Meditation is the only alternative to global suicide. When you do dynamic meditation, you are not just doing it for yourself, you are doing it for the whole of humanity. You are lowering the level of collective madness in the world. You are becoming a node of sanity and peace. Your silence will affect everyone around you. Your joy will be contagious. I want you to imagine a world where everyone starts their day with a dance. A world where everyone has cleared their hearts of anger and their minds of anxiety. That would be a very different world. There would be no need for politicians, no need for priests, no need for armies. We would be a global family of Zorbas and Buddhas. This is my dream, and you are a part of it. Every time you stand up to do the dynamic meditation, you are contributing to this new world. You are a pioneer of consciousness. You are a warrior of the spirit. Don't listen to the people who say that meditation is escapism. It is the opposite of escapism. It is a direct confrontation with reality. Escapism is watching television for 5 hours a day. Escapism is drinking yourself into a stupor. Escapism is working a job you hate just to buy things you don't need. Meditation is the only unescapism. It is the act of turning around and looking at who you really are. It takes courage to look. It takes courage to see the ugly parts of yourself. But I tell you, once you see them, they lose their power. The ugly only survives in the darkness. Once you bring the light of awareness to it, it is transformed. It becomes fuel for your fire. In the third stage, the Who mantra, remember to keep your eyes closed. This is true for the whole meditation. When you close your eyes, you are closing the doors to the outer world. You are turning your attention inward. Most of our energy is wasted through our eyes. We are constantly looking at things, judging things, desiring things. When you close your eyes, that energy becomes available for your internal journey. Focus on the sound of the Who. Let it resonate in your belly. Imagine that the sound is like a golden spear hitting the root of your being. Each time you land on your heels, feel the shock traveling up your spine like a bolt of lightning. This is not a gentle exercise. It is a storming of the gates of heaven. You are a thief trying to break into the kingdom of God, and the Who is your master key. Use it with all your might. Don't be a polite seeker. Be a hungry seeker. Be a desperate seeker. Only those who are desperate find the truth. Only those who are willing to risk everything find the everything. and then the stop, the sudden transition from the peak of activity to the absolute zero of stillness. This transition is where the gap is created. In that gap, you are neither the body nor the mind. You are the between. You are the void. This void is what the Zen masters call sunyata. It is not a nothingness in the sense of an absence. It is a nothingness. It is the source from which all things arise. It is the womb of the universe. When you are in that void, you are in the presence of the divine. In this fourth stage, your body might start to itch, or you might feel a cramp. Don't move. This is the mind trying to get you back into doing modes. It is a trick. The mind knows that if you stay still for 15 minutes, its power over you will be broken. So it creates these small distractions to make you move. Be a note to the mind. Stay as still as a statue. You will be amazed at what happens when you don't react to these physical sensations. They come and they go. They are just clouds in the sky of your awareness. By not reacting, you are breaking the habit of reaction. You are becoming a master of your own system. And then finally, the fifth stage, the music starts and you are reborn. You have gone through the fire, you have gone through the storm, you have gone through the silence, and now you are a new being. Your dance is the dance of the new man. This new man is what the world needs. A man who is grounded in his body, clear in his mind, and radiant in his soul. A man who can use technology without being enslaved by it. A man who can enjoy the earth without destroying it. A man who is a Zorba the Buddha. Dynamic meditation is the cradle for this new man. It is where you are born. It is where you are nourished. It is where you find your true self. So, my beloved seekers, take this technique seriously, not with a somber seriousness, but with a total seriousness. Give it your all, don't hold back. Life is short, and this opportunity to wake up is rare. Most people will live and die in their sleep. Don't be one of them. Wake up, the sun is rising and the birds are singing. The whole universe is waiting for you to join the dance. Remember, there is no one right way to do the catharsis. Whatever comes is right. If you feel like laughing, laugh. If you feel like screaming, scream. If you feel like shaking, shake. Trust your body. Your body is much wiser than your mind. Your body knows what it needs to release. Your mind is just a collection of social rules and prejudices. Your body is a product of millions of years of evolution. Trust the intelligence of your cells. In the first stage, keep your breathing deep and fast. Don't let it become shallow. When it is shallow, you are not bringing in enough energy. When it is rhythmic, you are not creating enough chaos. Keep it deep, fast, and chaotic. This is the formula for the first stage. In the third stage, keep your arms high. This is the formula for the third stage. When your arms are high, your energy is upwardly mobile. When they are down, you are collapsed. Keep them up as a sign of your aspiration, as a sign of your will to be. In the fourth stage, be totally still. This is the formula for the fourth stage. Not even a finger should move. Be a rock. Be a mountain. Be the silence itself. In the fifth stage, be totally joyous. This is the formula for the fifth stage. Let the dance be an overflow. Don't try to dance. Just let the music move your limbs. Become the dance. If you follow these formulas, the results are guaranteed. It is a mathematical certainty. You are dealing with the laws of energy, and energy never lies. If you put in the energy, you will get the result. I am here to guide you, but I cannot do it for you. You have to take the first step. You have to stand up and breathe. You have to stand up and scream. You have to stand up and jump. And you have to stand up and dance. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. But that step must be taken in the right direction. Dynamic meditation is the right direction for the modern seeker. It is the most direct path to the center of your being. Don't wait for perfect conditions. There are no perfect conditions. If you wait for the perfect time to meditate, you will wait forever. The only perfect time is now. Start where you are, with whatever you have. If you are in a small apartment, do it there. If you have neighbors, tell them you are doing a health exercise, or use a pillow to muffle your screams. Don't let anything be an excuse. An excuse is just a way for the ego to stay in control. The ego doesn't want you to meditate. The ego wants you to stay miserable, because in misery the ego is king. In joy, the ego is nothing. In meditation, the ego is a ghost. Choose joy, choose meditation, choose life. You have within you a source of infinite energy, infinite love, and infinite peace. You have just forgotten how to access it. Dynamic meditation is the key to the treasury. Take it, use it, and become the king or the queen of your own inner kingdom. I see you, my friends. I see your struggles. I see your pain. But I also see your potential. You are much more than you think you are. You are the divine in human form. You are a star that has forgotten how to shine. Meditation is the way to remember. Let the breath be your guide. Let the catharsis be your cleaning. Let the who be your wake-up call. Let the silence be your home. And let the dance be your life. This is my message to you. This is my gift to you. Take it with love and let it transform you. The world is waiting for your light. Don't keep it hidden under a bushel. Let it shine. Let it illuminate the dark corners of the world. Each one of you who wakes up is a victory for the whole of existence. Be total. Be intense. Be authentic. And most of all, be joyous. Existence is not a burden. It is a blessing. Life is not a duty. It is an opportunity. Use this opportunity to the fullest. Don't waste a single moment in boredom or misery. Those are sins against life. The only virtue is awareness. The only religion is celebration. Dynamic meditation is the path to that religion. It is the path to the first and last freedom. I will be with you in the silence and in the dance. We are one in the heart of the divine. Let us begin. Let us breathe. Let us explode. Let us jump. Let us stop. And let us dance. The morning sun is rising. The golden future is here. It is waiting for you to open your eyes and see it. Dynamic meditation is the opening of the eyes. Go deep into it. Don't be afraid. The universe is on your side. You are not alone. You are supported by the very energy that created the galaxies. Trust that energy. Trust yourself. And remember, the neck is simple. Be total. In your totality, the ego disappears. And when the ego is gone, God is. When you are not, the divine is. This is the ultimate secret. This is the end of the road. And it is also the beginning of a whole new journey. A journey without end. A journey into the infinite. I am waiting for you at the end of the road. And I am also with you at the beginning. Let us walk together. Let us dance together. Let us be one together. The time is now. The place is here. You are the one. Dynamic meditation is the way. Let the revolution begin. The revolution of consciousness. The only revolution that truly matters. Every other revolution has failed. The political revolutions, the social revolutions, the economic revolutions, they have all just changed the outer world. But the inner world has remained the same. And because the inner world remains the same, the outer world eventually returns to its old patterns. Only a revolution of consciousness can create a truly new world. And that revolution starts with you. It starts with your breath. It starts with your meditation. You are the seed of the new humanity. Nurture that seed. Give it the water of meditation and the sunshine of awareness, and watch it grow into a beautiful tree, providing shade and fruit for all. This is the task, this is the work, and it is the most joyful work in the world. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your search. Thank you for your love. I am always with you. Let the dynamic begin. As you move through the stages, feel the history of your life being rewritten. In the first stage, you are breaking the patterns of your childhood. In the second stage, you are releasing the frustrations of your adulthood. In the third stage, you are claiming your spiritual inheritance. In the fourth stage, you are meeting your eternal self. And in the fifth stage, you are living that self in the world. It is a complete transformation from a caterpillar of the ego to a butterfly of the soul. Don't be afraid of the melting. The caterpillar must die for the butterfly to be born. The ego must die for the Buddha to be born. But this death is not a tragedy, it is a celebration. It is the end of a limitation and the beginning of the infinite. So jump into the fire, jump into the dynamic, and be reborn. The silence is calling you. The dance is waiting for you. Existence is ready. Are you? Take a deep breath, a chaotic breath, and let's begin. there is nothing to lose but your chains, and there is a whole world, an inner world to gain. This inner world is full of treasures that no one can take away from you. It is a kingdom that is not of this world, and yet it is the very foundation of this world. Dynamic meditation is the bridge to that kingdom. Cross it with courage, cross it with totality, cross it with joy. I will see you on the other side. In the silence, in the dance, in the oneness. Blessings to you all. Let the who resonate. Let the stop be absolute. Let the dance be eternal. You are the miracle. Never forget that. The ultimate reset is just a breath away. And that breath is not just air. It is the very pulse of the universe entering your lungs, seeking to wake you from your long slumber. You must understand that this stop is not just a physical command, it is a psychological earthquake. It is a moment where the horizontal line of time is intersected by the vertical line of eternity. Usually you are moving in time, from the past to the future, from one desire to the next, from one worry to another. This is the horizontal way of living. It is the way of the world. But when you suddenly stop, you are no longer in time. You are in the now. And the now is the door to the vertical. It is the door to the divine. The mind is a great trickster. It will try to make your meditation a routine. It will say, okay, now I am breathing, now I am screaming, now I am jumping. If you allow this to happen, you have missed the point. Each time you do dynamic meditation, it must be the first time. It must be a fresh discovery. You are not a machine following a program. You are a conscious being, exploring the unknown territories of your own soul. The mind wants to categorize everything, to make everything predictable. But life is unpredictable. Life is a wild flowing river. By being total in each stage, you are jumping into that river. Let us look deeper into the first stage, the breathing. This is the foundation. If the foundation is weak, the whole building will be shaky. Why do I insist on chaotic breathing? Because your mind is a systematic structure. It is built on logic, on sequence, on cause and effect. Chaotic breathing breaks this sequence. It introduces a disorder that the mind cannot handle. When the mind is in disorder, it loses its grip on you. For a few moments, you are free. In that freedom, the energy that was trapped in mental patterns starts to circulate through your body. You become a bioelectric phenomenon. You might feel heat, you might feel cold, you might feel like you are vibrating at a high frequency. These are not just feelings, they are the actual movements of your prana, your life force. For centuries, this energy has been stagnant, like a pond that has become green and smelly. The breathing is like a pump that starts to move that water. It brings in fresh oxygen, fresh light, fresh life. This is why you must not be rhythmic. If you breathe rhythmically, the mind will simply incorporate the breath into its old patterns. It will say, I am doing a yoga exercise. No, this is not an exercise. This is a revolution. The chaos of the breath must be so intense that you lose the sense of I. There should be no I am breathing. There should only be breathing is happening. You become the process. And when the process is total, the ego disappears. The ego can only exist in a state of control. When things are chaotic, the ego feels threatened. It tries to bring back order. But you must keep breathing, keep pushing, keep being chaotic until the ego gives up. When the ego gives up, the second stage, the catharsis, happens naturally. In the second stage, you are dealing with the garbage of your subconscious. Everyone carries a heavy load of suppressed emotions. Since your childhood, you have been told to be good, to be polite, to be civilized. This means you had to hide your anger, your tears, your frustrations. But where did those emotions go? They didn't just disappear. They are stored in your body, in your muscles, in your cells. They are like toxic waste that is poisoning your system. Dynamic meditation is a way to detox your soul. When you scream, you are not just making noise. You are releasing a specific energy that has been trapped. If you have been angry at your father for 20 years and never expressed it, that anger is still there. It is affecting your health, your relationships, your very outlook on life. In the second stage, you can be angry at your father without him even being there. You can scream at a pillow. You can hit the floor. You can go mad. This conscious madness is the highest form of sanity. It is a way to clear the slate so that you can start fresh. Many people are afraid of this stage. They are afraid that if they let go, they will never be able to come back. They are afraid that they will truly go insane. But I tell you, you are already insane. Your current state of normality is just a well-managed insanity. You are a volcano that is pretending to be a garden. It is much safer to let the volcano erupt in a controlled way than to let it explode in your daily life. After a total catharsis, you will feel a lightness that you have never known. You will feel as if you have been reborn. And then the third stage, the who. This sound is like a hammer hitting the root of your being. In the East, we talk about the hara, the center of life energy, located 2 inches below the navel. This is where you were connected to your mother in the womb. This is your source. By shouting who and jumping, you are sending a shock wave to this center. You are waking up the sleeping line of your kundalini. This energy, once awakened, starts to move upwards. It is a vertical movement. It is the movement from the animal to the divine. The Who mantra is a very ancient secret. It has been used by mystics for thousands of years to bypass the intellect and strike the very core of existence. When you shout who, don't do it with your throat. Do it with your belly. Let the sound come from the depths of your being. Each time you land on your heels, feel the energy being pushed upwards. You are creating a pressure that will eventually blow the cap off your head and allow you to merge with the universal consciousness. This third stage is very demanding. It requires your total will. Your body will scream, "Stop!" Your mind will say, "This is enough." But you must keep going. You are pushing through the barrier of boredom, the barrier of fatigue. Beyond these barriers lies the infinite. If you stop when it gets difficult, you will never know your true potential. You will remain a mediocre human being. But if you push through, you will find a second wind. You will find an energy that is not yours, but belongs to the universe itself. And then comes the fourth stage, the stop. This is the climax of the whole process. All the effort, all the breathing, all the screaming, all the jumping was just a preparation for this moment of absolute stillness. When you stop, you must be like a statue. Not even a single hair should move. This stillness is not the stillness of a stone. It is the stillness of a flame in a windless place. It is a living stillness. In this stillness, the energy that you have stirred up has nowhere to go but inwards. It is like a flood that suddenly hits a wall. The water starts to rise, filling every corner, every crevice of your being. In this moment, you become a witness. You are watching your body, you are watching your mind, You are watching your breath, but you are not identified with any of them. You are the seer. This is the state of meditation. This is the Satori, the glimpse of the beyond. In the fourth stage, you will realize that you are not a doer. You are an observer. Everything is happening, but you are separate from it. This realization is the greatest freedom a human being can achieve. It means that you are no longer a victim of your circumstances. You are the master. Whether there is pain or pleasure, whether there is success or failure, you remain the same. You are the center of the cyclone. The world continues to spin, but you are anchored in the eternal. And finally, the fifth stage, the celebration. Why celebration? Because once you have found your true home, once you have tasted the nectar of the divine, you cannot help but dance. Celebration is the natural expression of a joyful heart. It is not something you do as a duty. It is something that overflows from you. In the fifth stage, the music starts, and you let your body move in harmony with the universe. You are no longer dancing for an audience. You are dancing for the sheer joy of being alive. This celebration is a bridge. It brings the silence of the fourth stage into the activity of the fifth stage. This is the secret of my new man, the Zorba the Buddha. Zorba is the one who enjoys the world, the one who eats, drinks, and dances. Buddha is the one who is silent, the one who is a witness. Usually, these two are seen as opposites. You are either a worldling or a monk. But I say, why choose? Be both. Be a Zorba the Buddha. Enjoy the world with the consciousness of a Buddha. Dance with the silence of the soul. This is the most complete way to live. Dynamic meditation is the training ground for this new way of living. It teaches you how to be intense and how to be silent. It teaches you how to express and how to witness. It is a complete path to wholeness. If you do it sincerely, if you give it your 100%, you will see a transformation in every area of your life. Your relationships will become more authentic. Your work will become more creative. And your very presence will become a blessing to others. You must remember that meditation is not a goal. It is a process. It is a way of being. You don't do meditation and then go back to your old life. The meditation must slowly seep into your everyday activities. When you are eating, eat with the same intensity you had in the first stage. When you are working, work with the same silence you had in the fourth stage. When you are with people, be as joyous as you were in the fifth stage. Then your whole life becomes a meditation. The modern world is designed to keep you asleep. Everything around you, the media, the education system, the social structures, is meant to turn you into a robot. You are taught to follow the rules, to fit in, to be a good citizen. But in this process, you lose your soul. You become a copy of someone else. Dynamic meditation is a way to reclaim your individuality. It is a way to say no to the robot and yes to the human being. It takes courage to be an individual. It takes courage to stand out from the crowd. But what is the alternative? To live a life of quiet desperation? To die without ever having lived? No. I want you to live dangerously. I want you to take risks. I want you to explore the depths of your own being. Dynamic meditation is the first step on this great adventure. Let us talk about the obstacles you might face. The first obstacle is your own mind. The mind will tell you that you are too busy, that you are too tired, that this is all nonsense. This is the mind's way of keeping its power. You must be stronger than your mind. You must be the master. Tell your mind, for 1 hour, you are not the boss, I am. This 1 hour of meditation will give you more energy and clarity than 8 hours of sleep. It is the best investment you can make in yourself. The second obstacle is the fear of the unknown. Meditation takes you into territories where there are no maps. You might experience things that you cannot explain with logic. You might feel a sudden surge of energy or a deep, inexplicable sadness or an overwhelming joy. Don't be afraid. These are just the weather of the inner world. They will come and go. Stay as a witness. Trust the process. Trust existence. The third obstacle is the opinion of others. People might think you are crazy if they see you doing dynamic meditation. They might judge you, they might laugh at you. Let them. Their judgment is a reflection of their own fear. They are afraid to look at themselves, so they try to stop you from looking at yourself. Don't let their fear become your cage. You are doing this for your own growth, for your own freedom. Their opinions are irrelevant. I want you to be a rebel. Not a rebel against society, but a rebel against your own conditioning. A rebel is someone who has the courage to be themselves, no matter what. A rebel is someone who values truth over comfort. Dynamic meditation is the tool of the rebel. It helps you break the chains of the past and step into the light of the present. Think of yourself as a scientist. You are conducting an experiment in the laboratory of consciousness. I am giving you the formula, but you have to do the experiment. You have to observe the results. Don't believe me because I say so. Believe me only if your own experience proves me right. This is the scientific approach to spirituality. No dogmas, no beliefs, only experience. In the first stage, the breathing should be like a hammer. You are hitting the layers of your ego. With each breath, you are saying, I want to be free. I want to know who I am. Let the breath be so intense that your whole body becomes a flame. This heat is what will melt the icicles of your conditioning. Most people are frozen in their habits. The breathing is the fire that will make you liquid again. When you are liquid, you can flow. When you are solid, you can only be broken. I want you to be like water. Water is the softest thing, yet it can wear away the hardest rock. Water always finds its way to the ocean. By becoming liquid through meditation, you will find your way back to the source of existence. You will become a part of the great flow. In the second stage, the catharsis, I want you to be a child again. A child doesn't worry about how they look. If a child is angry, they scream. If they are happy, they laugh. They are total in their emotions. As we grow up, we lose this totality. We become split. We feel one thing and say another. This split is the cause of all psychological suffering. Catharsis is a way to bridge this gap. It is a way to become one again. Don't hold back anything. If you feel like a fool, be a fool. If you feel like a madman, be a madman. In the eyes of existence, there are no fools and no madmen. There is only energy. By expressing your energy totally, you are honoring the gift of life. You are saying thank you to the universe for this incredible opportunity to be. The third stage, the who, is about direction. Now that you have stirred up the energy and expressing the emotions, you must direct that energy upwards. The sound who is like a rocket that carries your consciousness to higher dimensions. Land on your heels with a thud. Let the shock travel through your whole body. This is not a gentle process. It is a violent awakening, but this violence is an act of love. It is the love of a master waking up a sleeping student. Keep your arms high. This is very important. When your arms are high, your heart is open. You are in a state of receptivity. You are saying to the universe, I am ready. Fill me with your light. Fill me with your love. If your arms are down, you are closed. You are protecting yourself. But in meditation, there is nothing to protect. You are safe in the arms of existence. And then the stop. This is the moment of truth. In the previous stages, you were doing something. Now you are not doing anything. You are just being. This is the most difficult stage for the modern man. Because we are addicted to doing. We think that if we are not doing something, we are wasting time. But I tell you, the time you spend in being is the only time that is not wasted. It is the only time that truly counts. In the fourth stage, you will realize that the doer was just an illusion. It was just a social mask. Your true self is the watcher. The watcher is eternal. The watcher is silent. The watcher is divine. When you find the watcher, you have found the pearl of great price. You have found the secret of life. Stay in this stillness as long as possible. If thoughts come, don't fight them. Just watch them. They are like ripples on the surface of a lake. If you don't touch them, they will eventually settle down and the water will become clear. This clarity is vipassana. It is insight. It is the ability to see things as they really are, without the distortion of the mind. And then the celebration. The fifth stage. Bring this clarity, this silence into your dance. Let your body move with the music of the spheres. You are no longer a separate individual. You are a part of the cosmic dance. This is what the Hindus call Leela, the play of the divine. You are a part of the play. Enjoy it. Don't take it too seriously. It is just a dance. When you finish the meditation, don't rush back into your activities. Sit quietly for a few minutes. Let the energy settle. Carry this fragrance with you throughout the day. You will notice that you are more relaxed, more centered, more present. You will notice that your old problems don't seem so big anymore. They are still there, but you have changed. And when you change, your whole world changes. Dynamic meditation is a complete path. It covers the body, the emotions, the energy, the mind, and the soul. It is a shortcut to enlightenment, but it requires your total cooperation. You cannot do it halfway. You must jump in with both feet. You must be willing to lose yourself to find yourself. I have spent my whole life developing these techniques for you. I have looked into the minds of thousands of people, and I have seen the same patterns of repression, the same patterns of boredom, the same patterns of misery. And I have also seen the same potential for joy, the same potential for freedom, the same potential for divinity. Dynamic meditation is the key that unlocks that potential. Don't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow is a trick of the mind to keep you in the past. Start today. Start now. Even if you only do 10 minutes of breathing, it is a start. Once you taste the energy, you will want more. It is the most addictive thing in the world. The addiction to life, the addiction to truth. In the first stage, use your whole body. Don't just breathe with your nose. Breathe with your chest, with your belly, with your shoulders. Let the breath be a total body experience. The more you involve your body, the more energy you will generate. This energy is the fuel for your transformation. Without fuel, the rocket cannot take off. In the second stage, don't be moderate. Moderation is for the mediocre. Be extreme. Go to the very edge of your sanity. Throw out everything that has been weighing you down. Be a trash can that is being emptied. The more you empty yourself, the more the divine can fill you. A full vessel cannot receive anything new. Only an empty vessel can be filled. In the third stage, be a soldier of the spirit. Have the discipline to keep going, even when your muscles ache, even when your breath is short. This discipline is not a bondage, it is a freedom. It is the freedom from the dictates of the body and the mind. It is the freedom to choose your own destiny. In the fourth stage, be a saint. Be absolutely still. Be absolutely silent. Let the world disappear. Let yourself disappear. There should only be the isness. This is the highest state of consciousness. It is the nirvana of the Buddha. It is the kingdom of heaven of Jesus. It is your birthright. And in the fifth stage, be a poet. Let your body express the beauty of the soul. Let your dance be a poem of gratitude. You are a child of the universe. You are a part of the glow. Celebrate it. Dynamic meditation is not a ritual. It is a living experience. It is a way to wake up from the dream of life and see the reality of existence. It is a way to break the hypnosis of society and find your own truth. It is a way to be truly alive. Most people are dead before they die. They live a life of quiet desperation, always waiting for something to happen, always waiting for someone to save them. But no one is coming to save you. You have to save yourself. And meditation is the only way. I am just a signpost pointing the way. I cannot walk the path for you. You have to take each step yourself. But I can tell you that the path is beautiful. I can tell you that the destination is beyond your wildest dreams. And I can tell you that you are not alone. Many have walked this path before you, and many are walking it with you now. Take a deep, chaotic breath. Let the air fill your lungs. Let the energy fill your soul. You are on the verge of a great discovery. You are on the verge of yourself. Dynamic meditation is the bridge. Cross it now. Don't look back. The past is gone. The future is an illusion. Only the present is real. And in the present, you are divine. This is my vision for you. This is my hope for you. To see you dancing, to see you singing, to see you silent, to see you awake. This is the only mission I have. To help you find your own light. Once you have found your light, you don't need me anymore. You don't need any master, any religion, any book. You are your own master. You are your own light. This is the goal of my work. To make you independent, to make you a sovereign being. Dynamic meditation is the initiation into this sovereignty. It is the declaration of independence from the ego. It is the coronation of the soul. Let the who be your anthem. Let the stop be your palace. Let the dance be your kingdom. You are the king. You are the queen. Wake up and claim your throne. The universe is waiting for you. The stars are waiting for you. The silence is waiting for you. Everything is ready. The table is set. The feast is prepared. All you have to do is sit down and eat. Meditation is the sitting down. Celebration is the eating. Don't be a beggar at the door of life. Be a guest at the banquet. Dynamic meditation gives you the ticket to the banquet. Use it. In the first stage, remember, no rhythm. Let the breath be like a storm. Let it be unpredictable. Let it be wild. This wildness is your true nature. You have been tamed by society, but deep down you are still wild. Reclaim that wildness. In the second stage, remember, no judgment. Whatever comes out is okay. Don't be ashamed of your anger. Don't be ashamed of your tears. They are just energy. Express them and be free of them. In the third stage, remember, total effort. Give it your all. Jump as high as you can. Shout as loud as you can. Be one with the who. This oneness is the secret of power. In the fourth stage, remember, total stillness. Be a statue. Be the silence. This silence is the secret of peace. In the fifth stage, remember, total celebration. Dance like no one is watching. Sing like no one is listening. This celebration is the secret of joy. Follow these instructions and you will find the ultimate reset. You will find the first and last freedom. You will find yourself. And once you find yourself, you have found everything. There is nothing more to find. You have reached the end of the road. And the end of the road is the beginning of the dance. I am with you in the dance. I am with you in the silence. We are one. Let the dynamic continue. Let the revolution continue. Let the celebration continue. The morning is here. The light is here. The truth is here. Open your eyes. Open your heart. Open your soul. Dynamic meditation is the key. Turn it now. And remember, don't be serious. Meditation should be a play. It should be fun. If it's not fun, it's not my meditation. Be a playful seeker. Be a joyous seeker. Be a dancing seeker. The universe loves a laughing Buddha. Be that Buddha. In the first stage, let your body shake. Let the vibration move from your feet to your head. You are like an electric wire that is being charged. This vibration is the shaking off of the old. In the second stage, let your emotions flow. Don't try to direct them. Just let them be. You are like a river that is overflowing its banks. This overflow is the cleansing of the heart. In the third stage, let your energy rise. You are like a fountain that is shooting up into the sky. This rising is the awakening of the spirit. In the fourth stage, let your being melt. You are like a drop of water that is falling into the ocean. This melting is the merging with the divine. In the fifth stage, let your life shine. You are like a sun that is radiating light in all directions. This shining is the sharing of the truth. This is the alchemy of dynamic meditation. This is the way to turn lead into gold. This is the way to turn misery into bliss. You are the alchemist. Your life is the gold. Go deep into it. Don't be afraid of the fire. The fire only burns what is not you. It only burns the ego. The real you is eternal. It cannot be burned. So jump into the fire. Jump into the dynamic. The transformation has begun. The new man is being born, and that new man is you. Welcome to the world of meditation. Welcome to the world of freedom. Welcome to the world of joy. Let us breathe. Let us explode. Let us jump. Let us stop. Let us dance. The time is now. Every breath you take in this state of awareness is a step toward the infinite. Don't let your mind pull you back into the mundane. The mundane is just a shadow. The meditation is the light. When you carry this light, even the most ordinary task becomes extraordinary. Washing dishes becomes a sacred dance. Walking to work becomes a pilgrimage. Talking to a friend becomes a communion. This is the beauty of my teaching. It doesn't take you away from life. It brings you deeper into life. It gives life a meaning that it never had before. Not a meaning that you find in a book, but a meaning that you feel in your heart. The meaning of life is life itself. And meditation is the way to experience life in its totality. In the first stage, when you are breathing like a madman, you are actually breaking the rhythm of death. Most people breathe so shallowly that they are barely alive. They are in a state of slow death. By breathing chaotically and deeply, you are shouting to existence that you want to live. You are reclaiming your vitality. You are saying yes to every cell in your body. In the second stage, when you are screaming and hitting the floor, you are breaking the rhythm of repression. Society has taught you to be half dead, to be numb. By expressing your emotions totally, you are reclaiming your feeling body. You are becoming sensitive again. And only a sensitive person can experience the divine. A numb person can only experience the material. In the third stage, when you are shouting who and jumping, you are breaking the rhythm of gravity. Gravity is not just a physical force, it is a psychological force. It is the force that pulls you down into boredom, into misery, into the ego. By jumping and landing on your heels, you are using gravity to create an upward force. You are using the very thing that pulls you down to push you up. This is the art of transcendence. In the fourth stage, when you stop, you are breaking the rhythm of time. Time is a creation of the mind. In reality, there is no time. There is only the eternal present. By stopping all movement, you are stepping out of the stream of time and into the ocean of eternity. You are realizing that you have always been here and you will always be here. You are unborn and undying. In the fifth stage, when you dance, you are breaking the rhythm of separation. You are realizing that you are not a self that is separate from the world. You are the world. You are the dance of existence. The boundary between me and not me disappears. There is only oneness. This is the ultimate reset. This is the dynamic path. I want you to be intoxicated with this awareness. I want you to be drunk with the divine, not the drunkenness of alcohol which makes you unconscious, but the drunkenness of meditation which makes you superconscious. This is the divine madness of the Sufis, the ecstasy of the saints, and it is available to you right here, right now. Don't be a spectator of your life, be the player. Don't just watch the meditation, do the meditation. Be the breathing, be the screaming, be the jumping, be the silence, be the dance. The more you give, the more you get. If you give 10%, you get 10%. If you give 100%, you get everything. So give everything. Be total. Be dynamic. The world is waiting for your explosion. The universe is waiting for your psalm. Don't keep it inside. Let it out. Dynamic meditation is the door. Open it and walk through. On the other side is a world of light, a world of love, a world of no mind. It is your true home. Welcome back. Let the who resonate in the silence of your heart. Let the stop be the foundation of your being. Let the dance be the expression of your soul. You are the master of the dynamic. Go forth and live your truth. Blessings to you on this incredible journey. The morning sun is high in the sky. The birds are singing, the flowers are blooming. Everything is dynamic. Are you? Take one more deep, chaotic breath and begin. Because when you breathe like that, you are not just taking in oxygen, you are taking in the very prana, the elan vital that sustains the galaxies. You see, the modern mind has become very clever at avoiding the present moment. It has built a fortress of thoughts, a great wall of China made of memories and desires to keep the reality of now out. But the chaotic breath is like a battering ram. It hits that wall again and again until the first cracks appear, and through those cracks, the light of existence begins to seep in. You must understand that your body is not a separate thing from your soul. They are two ends of the same stick. The body is the visible part of the soul, and the soul is the invisible part of the body. When you create chaos in the body through breathing, you are simultaneously creating a tremor in the soul. You are shaking the very foundations of your identity. Most people are terrified of this. They want a peaceful meditation that doesn't disturb their ego. But I tell you, such a meditation is just a trick of the mind. It is like putting a blanket over a fire and pretending it isn't there. I want you to look at the fire. I want you to become the fire. In that first stage, let your body be a laboratory. Notice how the heat rises. This heat is what the ancient alchemists called tapas. It is the heat of transformation. Without this heat, no change is possible. If you want to turn a piece of coal into a diamond, you need immense pressure and heat. Dynamic meditation provides that pressure and heat. You are the coal, and the diamond is hidden within you. But you must be willing to undergo the process. You must be willing to be undone. Most of you have been done by society. You are a manufactured product. You have been taught how to sit, how to talk, how to believe. You are a second-hand person. Everything you know is borrowed. Your religion is borrowed. Your morality is borrowed. Your very ideas about yourself are borrowed. In the chaos of the first two stages, all that is borrowed starts to fall away. You are not a Christian. You are not a Hindu. You are not a Buddhist. You are just a throbbing, vibrating energy. This is your reality. Everything else is just a label. When you enter the second stage, the catharsis, you are entering the basement of your subconscious. This is where you have stored all the things that society told you were ugly. But energy is never ugly. Only the suppression of energy is ugly. A scream is beautiful if it is total. Anger is beautiful if it is pure. Have you ever seen a thunderstorm? It is angry. It is violent. But is it not beautiful? Is it not cleansing? After the storm, the air is so fresh, the trees are so green. Your catharsis is a psychological thunderstorm. It is the only way to clear the pollution of the mind. If you don't express your madness in meditation, you will express it in your life. You will be angry at your children for no reason. You will be miserable in your marriage. You will be stressed at your job. You are carrying a bucket of poison and it is leaking. I am giving you a place to pour that bucket out. Throw it all out. Don't leave even a single drop behind. If you are angry at the world, hit the floor until your hands ache. If you are sad for all the years you have wasted, cry until your eyes are red. This is the only way to become empty, and only when you are empty can the divine fill you. The mind will try to play a game here. It will say, I am not really angry, I am just acting. Don't listen to it. This is just the ego trying to stay in control. Even if it starts as acting, let it become real. Go into it so deeply that the actor disappears and only the action remains. This is the secret of totality. When the singer disappears, the sound is divine. When the meditator disappears, the meditation is a miracle. In the third stage, the Who mantra, this is the hammer of the soul. You are hitting the very center of your life force. Why the sex center? Because that is the only energy you have. There is no other energy. Sex energy is life energy. It can become lust. It can become love. It can become prayer. It can become meditation. It is the same energy. By hitting it with the Who sound, you are refining the energy. You are making it move upwards. Usually your energy is leaking from the bottom. It is like a bucket with a hole in it. No matter how much water you pour in, the bucket remains empty. The Who mantra is a way to plug that hole and direct the energy towards the heart and the head. When the energy moves upwards, you feel a new kind of intelligence. Not the intelligence of books, but the intelligence of life. You become more intuitive, more creative, more alive. You start to see things that were right in front of you, but you were too blinded by your lower desires to see them. Keep your arms raised. This is your antenna to the cosmos. You are receiving the grace of existence. Most people are closed to grace. They are like umbrellas that are closed during a rainstorm. They stay dry even in the middle of a flood. I want you to open your umbrella. I want you to get soaked in the divine. This is why you must be total in your jumping. Each jump should be a leap of faith. You are jumping out of the old and into the new. You are jumping out of the mind and into the soul. Then the stop. Oh, the beauty of the stop. If you have been total in the first 3 stages, the stop will be a revelation. It will not be something you do. It will be something that happens to you. Suddenly the world disappears. There is no noise, no movement, no you. There is only the witness. This witness is not part of your personality. It is not your ego. It is the eternal part of you that has been watching through your eyes since the day you were born. In this 4th stage, you are standing on the threshold of the infinite. You are looking into the abyss. And if you look long enough into the abyss starts looking into you. You realize that you are not a separate drop in the ocean. You are the ocean in a drop. This is the aha moment. This is the Eureka. This is what all the Buddhas and Christs have been talking about, but they could only give you words. I am giving you a situation in which you can experience it for yourself. Don't move. Even if you feel like you are falling, don't move. This falling is just the ego losing its balance. Let it fall. It is a good thing to lose your balance if it means you find your center. The ego is always off center. It is always looking for support from the outside, from money, from fame, from power. But the soul is self-supported. It doesn't need anything from the outside. In the 4th stage, you find that self-supported center. You find your home. This silence is not the silence of a graveyard. It is a very vibrant silence. It is full of potential. It is like the silence of a seed before it sprouts. It is like the silence of the sky before the sun rises. It is a pregnant silence. In this silence, you are being recharged. You are being reset. All the stress, all the anxiety, all the dust of the world is being washed away. You are becoming innocent again. And then the 5th stage, the celebration. Now you bring the silence into your dance. This is the most important part of my work. I don't want you to be a silent stone. I want you to be a dancing silence. I want you to be able to go to the marketplace and still be in meditation. I want you to be able to talk to people, to work, to love, and still have that silent center inside you. This is the Zorba the Buddha. A Zorba without a Buddha is shallow. He only knows the pleasures of the body, which are temporary and eventually lead to boredom. A Buddha without a Zorba is dry. He is like a flower made of plastic. It looks good, but it has no fragrance and no life. I want you to be a real flower. A flower that has its roots deep in the earth, the Zorba, and its petals reaching for the sky, the Buddha. This is the only way to be a complete human being. Dynamic meditation is the bridge between the earth and the sky. It uses the body to reach the soul. It uses the chaos to find the silence. It is a very paradoxical method because life is a paradox. You cannot find the light without going through the darkness. You cannot find the life without dying to the past. Every morning, when you do this meditation, you are dying to the old you and being born as a new you. You will notice that after the meditation, your senses are more acute. The colors seem brighter. The birds' songs seem more musical. The food tastes better. This is because you have cleared the filters of your mind. Usually we don't see the world. We only see our ideas about the world. But after dynamic meditation, you see the world as it is. You see the suchness of existence. And the suchness of existence is pure bliss. This bliss is your birthright. You were born with it, but you lost it somewhere along the way. You became educated, you became civilized, and you lost your joy. Dynamic meditation is a way to uneducate yourself. It is a way to become primitive again, but with a new awareness. It is a conscious return to innocence. Don't be afraid of the uniqueness of this path. The crowd is always wrong. If you follow the crowd, you will only reach the common grave. If you want to reach the divine height, you must be willing to walk alone. You must be willing to be a rebel. A rebel is not someone who is against society. A rebel is someone who has found his own light and follows it, regardless of what society says. Dynamic meditation is the fuel for your rebellion. It gives you the energy to be yourself. It gives you the courage to drop the masks. It gives you the strength to stand in your own truth. And when you stand in your own truth, the whole universe stands with you. You are no longer a victim of fate. You are a co-creator with the divine. Look at your life. Is it a dance or a drag? If it is a drag, it means you are carrying too much junk. You are trying to move forward while looking backwards. You are tied to the past by 1,000 strings. Dynamic meditation is a pair of scissors. It cuts all those strings. It sets you free. And once you are free, you don't need a reason to dance. The freedom itself is the dance. In the first stage, when you are breathing, feel that you are breathing out the past. With every chaotic exhale, imagine that you are throwing out your old habits, your old fears, your old identity. And with every inhale, you are breathing in the new. You are breathing in the fresh energy of the morning. You are becoming a fluid being. In the second stage, when you are screaming, feel that you are screaming out all the no's that have been said to you. No, don't do that. No, don't say that. No, don't be yourself. These no's are like stones in your heart. Throw them out. Let your yes be born. Your yes to life, your yes to yourself, your yes to the divine. This yes is the most revolutionary word in the world. In the third stage, when you are shouting who, feel that you are hammering your way into the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven is not up there in the sky. It is in here, in the center of your energy. You are breaking through the layers of the ego to reach that center. Each who is a step closer to your own divinity. In the fourth stage, when you stop, feel that you have arrived. There is nowhere else to go. You are at the source. You are at the beginning and the end. You are home. In this home, there is no fear, no death, no separation. There is only emness, pure, unadulterated existence. In the fifth stage, when you dance, feel that you are sharing your home with the world. Your dance is an invitation to others to find their own home. It is a message of hope. It says, look, I have found it, and you can find it too. This is the only mission worth having, to be a light and to help others find their own light. Dynamic meditation is a gift I have given to the world. It is a medicine for the sick soul of modern man. But a medicine only works if you take it. You can read the label 1,000 times, but it won't cure you. You must swallow it. You must do the meditation. You must experience the dynamic. Don't worry about how you look. That is the ego talking. The ego is always worried about how I look. But in meditation, there is no I. There is only the energy. If the energy wants to jump, let it jump. If it wants to scream, let it scream. Be a servant to your own energy. This is true humility. The holy people who are always trying to look pious are just full of ego. True holiness is to be natural, to be ordinary, to be total. A total person is a holy person. It doesn't matter what they are doing. If they are eating totally, it is a prayer. If they are dancing totally, it is a meditation. If they are working totally, it is a service to the divine. Dynamic meditation is a way to find that totality in everything. You see, most of you are fragmented. One part of you wants to do this, another part wants to do that. You are a house divided against itself. This is why you are always tired, always in conflict. Dynamic meditation brings all the fragments together. It makes you a whole. And when you are whole, you are holy. The word holy comes from the same root as whole. To be holy is simply to be whole. The new man I speak of is a whole man. He is not a man of the head or a man of the heart. He is a man of the being. He uses his head for technology, his heart for relationships, and his being for meditation. He is a multi-dimensional man. He is as wide as the ocean and as high as the sky. This is your destiny. This is why you are here on this earth. You are not here just to survive, to reproduce, and to die. You are here to awaken. You are here to bloom. You are here to become a Buddha. Dynamic meditation is the seed-saking process that allows the bloom to happen. Don't wait. The time is flying. Every moment that you are not aware is a moment that is lost forever. You can never get it back. Use this moment. Use this day. Start the dynamic meditation tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Why 6 a.m.? Because that is when the whole nature is waking up. The sun is rising, the birds are singing, the flowers are opening. You should wake up too, not just your body, but your soul. Join the cosmic awakening. Be a part of the great morning. Don't stay in your dark, dusty room of the mind. Step out into the sunshine of meditation. The air is fresh, the light is golden, and the divine is waiting for you. You might find that in the first few days, your body aches. This is good. It means your body is waking up. It means you are using muscles that have been asleep for years. Don't stop because of the pain. The pain is just the cracking of the old cell. Once the cell is cracked, the bird can fly. Stay with the process. Be patient. Be persistent. And most of all, be playful. Don't make meditation a work. Make it a game. A game is something you do for the sheer joy of it. There is no goal, no competition, no result. You just enjoy the doing. If you can make dynamic meditation a game, you will find that the results come much faster. Because in play, the ego is absent. And where the ego is absent, the divine is present. I have seen people who have changed their whole lives in just 21 days of dynamic meditation. Their faces changed, their eyes changed, their voices changed. They became radiant, they became magnetic, they became alive. This can happen to you too. You are no different from them. You have the same energy, the same potential, the same Buddha nature. The only difference is that they did it and you are still thinking about it. Drop the thinking, start the doing. The mind will always give you a reason to postpone. I'll start next week. I'll start when I'm less busy. I'll start when the weather is better. These are all suicidal thoughts. They are killing your potential. There is no next week. There is only now. If you don't do it now, you will never do it. Be a warrior. A warrior doesn't wait for the perfect moment. He creates the moment. He takes the sword of awareness and cuts through all the excuses of the mind. He steps into the unknown with a smile on his face. This is the spirit of dynamic meditation. It is for the brave, not for the cowards. It is for those who are willing to die to the old so that the new can be born. You are a seed of the divine, but a seed must perish for the plant to grow. You must perish as an ego so that you can grow as a soul. This perishing is what happens in the first 4 stages of dynamic meditation. And the growing is what happens in the 5th stage. It is a death and resurrection that happens every single morning. Think of it. Every day you have the opportunity to be born again. Every day you can start fresh. Every day you can be a new man. What a wonderful gift existence has given us. Don't throw it away. Don't waste it on small, trivial things. Use it for the greatest thing, the realization of your own truth. As you breathe, as you scream, as you jump, as you stay silent, and as you dance, remember that I am with you. I am not a person out there. I am an energy that is available to you. If you are open, you will feel my presence. You will feel my encouragement. You will feel my love. I want you to wake up even more than you do. I want you to find your own light even more than you do, because your awakening is my awakening. We are all one in this great journey of consciousness. There is no leader and no follower. We are all travelers on the path. I just happen to have started a little earlier than you. I have seen the destination, and I can tell you that it is worth it. It is more than worth it. It is the only thing that is truly worth anything. Everything else, money, power, fame, is just child's play. They are like toys that children play with in the sand. Eventually the tide comes and washes them all away. But the treasure of meditation is eternal. Even death cannot take it away from you. In fact, meditation is a rehearsal for death. If you have meditated, you will know how to die consciously. You will know that you are not the body that is dying. You will know that you are the witness that is watching the death. And if you can watch your own death with a smile, then death is no longer an enemy. It is a friend. It is just the final stop on the horizontal line and the final leap into the vertical. But to die consciously, you must first live consciously. And dynamic meditation is the training for a conscious life. It teaches you how to be present in the middle of chaos. It teaches you how to find the center in the middle of the storm. It teaches you how to be silent in the middle of the noise. This is the greatest skill you can ever learn. It is the master key to life. With this key, you can open any door. You can face any challenge. You can live any situation with grace and dignity. You are no longer a slave to your circumstances. You are a master of your own energy. And when you are a master of your own energy, you are a blessing to the world. Your very presence soothes others. Your very silence heals others. Your very joy inspires others. You become a fountain of life in a desert of misery. This is the ultimate service you can do for humanity. Not by doing good, but by being good. Not by preaching truth, but by living truth. Dynamic meditation is the path to that living truth. It is a path of blood, sweat, and tears. But it is also a path of laughter, song, and dance. It is a complete path. It doesn't leave anything out. It includes the mud and the lotus. It includes the animal and the divine. It includes the Zorba and the Buddha. So, my beloved, don't just meditate like others. Don't be lukewarm. Don't be polite. Be dynamic. Be total. Be wild. And see what happens. I promise you, you will be surprised. You will find a you that you never knew existed. A you that is more beautiful, more powerful, and more divine than you ever imagined. This is the promise of meditation. This is the ultimate reset. Go into the first stage now. Breathe as if your life depends on it, because your real life does. Let the chaos begin. Let the old structures crumble. Let the fire of tapas burn. You are on the way. You are on the great path. And I am with you every step of the way. In the breath, in the scream, in the who, in the silence, and in the dance, we are one. The golden future is not a dream. It is a reality that is waiting to be born, and it is being born through you, through your meditation, through your awareness, through your joy. You are the midwife of the new humanity. You are the pioneer of the new world. Take the leap. Be dynamic. The morning sun is rising. The golden morning is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. As you continue this journey, feel the rhythm of the universe in your own body. You are not a stranger here. You are a child of the universe. You are at home. The trees, the stars, the ocean, they are all your family. And when you meditate, you are simply reconnecting with your family. You are coming back to the source. The source is full of love. The source is full of joy. The source is full of peace. And that source is within you. Dynamic meditation is the tunnel that leads to the source. It may be dark at first. It may be narrow. It may be difficult to walk through. But at the end of the tunnel, there is light. And that light is who you are. Don't be afraid of the darkness of the first stages. The darkness is just the shadow of your ego. As you move closer to the light, the shadow disappears. Stay with the process. Keep moving. Don't look back. The stop stage is the moment you step out of the tunnel and into the light. The celebration stage is the moment you realize that you are the light. This is the ultimate realization, and it is available to you right now. In the first stage, use your breath as a tool. Think of it like a wind that is blowing away the fog of your mind. The more intense the wind, the faster the fog will disappear. Be a hurricane of breath. In the second stage, use your body as a tool. Think of it like a vessel that is being cleaned. The more you shake and scream, the more the dirt will fall off. Be a total cleanser. In the third stage, use your sound as a tool. Think of it like a key that is turning in a lock. The louder and deeper the who, the faster the door will open. Be a master locksmith. In the fourth stage, use your silence as a tool. Think of it like a mirror that is reflecting the truth. The more still the mirror, the clearer the reflection. Be a perfect mirror. In the fifth stage, use your dance as a tool. Think of it like a fragrance that is spreading in the wind. The more joyous the dance, the further the fragrance will go. Be a universal flower. This is the science of dynamic meditation. It is a sacred science. It is the science of the soul. Use it with respect, but also with playfulness. Use it with totality, but also with surrender. The divine is not something you achieve. It is something you discover. It is already there. You just have to uncover it. Dynamic meditation is the uncovering process. It is like peeling an onion. You peel one layer of the ego, then another, and eventually there are no more layers left. What is left? Nothingness. But that nothingness is not empty. It is full. It is everything. This full nothingness is what I call God, our truth, our bliss. The name doesn't matter. The experience is what matters. And I want you to have that experience. I want you to know the truth for yourself. I want you to be free. Dynamic meditation is the way to freedom. Let us breathe. Let us explode. Let us jump. Let us stop. Let us dance. The time is now. Every moment of your life is an opportunity for meditation. But dynamic meditation is the intensive training that makes every moment a meditation. It builds the muscle of awareness. It creates the habit of witnessing. Most of you have the habit of being unconscious. You do everything like a sleepwalker. You eat without tasting. You talk without listening. You live without being present. Dynamic meditation breaks that habit. It wakes you up with a shock, and once you are awake, you can never go back to sleep. You may try, but you won't be able to. The light has been turned on. You can see the cobwebs in your room, and you will want to clean them. You can see the shadows in your mind, and you will want to dissolve them. You are on the path of awareness, and there is no U-turn. This is the most dangerous and most beautiful thing that can happen to a human being. It is dangerous for the ego, but beautiful for the soul. Are you ready for this dangerous beauty? I think you are. That's why you are here. That's why you are listening. Your soul is hungry for the truth. Your spirit is thirsty for the divine. Feed it with meditation. Water it with awareness. Dynamic meditation is the bread of life. It is the living water. Go deep into it. Be total. Be dynamic. And remember, don't be a perfectionist. Don't try to do it right. There is no right way. There is only your way. Your breathing will be different from mine. Your screaming will be different from mine. Your dance will be different from mine. That's how it should be. You are a unique individual. Trust your own inner guide. The instructions are just a map, but the territory is yours to explore. Go into the uncharted territories of your own being. Discover the hidden continents of your soul. Be an explorer of the infinite. Dynamic meditation is your ship. The breath is your sail. The who is your motor. The silence is your compass. And the joy is your destination. Bon voyage, my beloved. The great ocean is waiting for you. Let the dynamic continue. As you breathe in the first stage, feel that you are breathing in the fire of life. Let it burn through all your inhibitions. Let it burn through all your shame. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You are a divine being having a human experience. Everything about you is sacred. Your body, your emotions, your desires, everything. In the second stage, when you are exploding, feel that you are tearing off the old skin. You are like a snake that is shedding its skin. The old skin is dry, dead, and constricting. The new skin is fresh, sensitive, and alive. Let the old skin fall. In the third stage, when you are jumping, feel that you are gravity free. You are not a heavy body. You are a light energy. You are soaring towards the heights. Each who is a wing beat that takes you higher. In the fourth stage, when you stop, feel that you are dissolving. You are like a sugar cube in a cup of tea. You are melting into existence. There is no me and no God. There is only Godness. In the fifth stage, when you dance, feel that you are celebrating your own dissolution. You are celebrating the fact that you are no longer a separate being. You are celebrating your oneness with the whole. This is the ultimate reset. This is the dynamic meditation. I am with you in every breath, in every screen, in every jump, in every silence, and in every dance. We are one in the heart of the divine. Let the dynamic begin. And remember, the more uncomfortable you feel in the beginning, the more progress you are making. The mind hates discomfort. It wants everything to be easy and comfortable. But growth only happens in the discomfort zone. If you stay in your comfort zone, you will never grow. You will stay a child forever. Dynamic meditation is for adults. It is for those who are ready to face their uncomfort and move through it. It is for those who are ready to grow up and take responsibility for their own lives. So when the mind says, "I am tired," say, "Keep breathing." When the mind says, "This is stupid," say, "Keep screaming." When the mind says, "I can't do it," say, "Keep jumping." Be a master to your mind. This is the only way to find your inner strength. This is the only way to find your inner light. And once you find it, you will realize that it was always there. You just had to work a little to uncover it. And the work was the best part, because the work made you who you are. Dynamic meditation is the work of a lifetime packed into 1 hour. Do it every day. Be total. Be dynamic. The world is waiting for your new man. The universe is waiting for your Buddha. Don't keep them waiting. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic continue. As you move through the stages, feel that you are peeling the onion of your ego. The first stage is the outer skin. The second stage is the next layer. The third stage is the inner layers. The fourth stage is the core. And the fifth stage is the nothingness that remains. And that nothingness is the everything. This is the great paradox of meditation. To find everything, you must become nothing. To find life, you must die. To find the infinite, you must drop the finite. Dynamic meditation is the path of paradox. Walk it with courage, walk it with totality, walk it with joy. I am with you always. The golden morning is here. Let the dynamic begin. In the silence of the fourth stage, listen to the voice of the silence. It is not a voice of words, it is a voice of being. It is the voice that says, "You are enough. You are perfect as you are. You are loved by the whole universe. This is the truth of who you are." All the other voices in your head, the voices of criticism, the voices of guilt, the voices of fear, they are all lies. They are the voices of society, not the voice of your soul. Dynamic meditation is a way to silence the lies and hear the truth. And once you hear the truth, you can never believe the lies again. You are free. This is the freedom I want for you. The freedom to be yourself. The freedom to be happy. The freedom to be divine. Dynamic meditation is the key to freedom. Turn it now and let the celebration begin. The universe is a celebration. The stars are dancing, the trees are singing, the rivers are laughing. Join the cosmic celebration. You are not an observer of the celebration, you are a part of it. You are the celebration. Dynamic meditation is the dance of the universe in human form. Be that dance. The morning sun is rising. The light is here. The truth is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic continue. As you breathe, feel that you are breathing in the breath of God. As you scream, feel that you are screaming out the pain of the world. As you jump, feel that you are jumping into the arms of the divine. As you stay silent, feel that you are staying in the heart of existence. And as you dance, feel that you are dancing for the joy of all beings. This is the spirit of dynamic meditation. It is a total prayer. It is a universal celebration. It is you. Go deep into it. Be total. Be dynamic. And I will see you in the silence. And I will see you in the dance. We are one. Blessings to you on this great journey. The ultimate reset has begun. Let the dynamic continue. And when you enter that space of nothingness, you must be careful not to label it. The moment you say, I am silent, the silence is gone. The moment you say, I am experiencing bliss, you have moved back into the mind. The mind is a great categorizer. It wants to capture the infinite and put it in a small box. But the infinite cannot be boxed. It can only be lived. In the first stage of the dynamic meditation, when your breath is chaotic and your body is heating up, you are melting the very walls of that box. You are becoming a vastness that the mind cannot comprehend. Think of your life as a long-distance race. Most people are running this race with heavy weights tied to their ankles. These weights are your memories, your traumas, and your social conditioning. You are tired, you are panting, and you are wondering why you are not making any progress. Dynamic meditation is a way to cut those weights off. In the first 10 minutes, when you breathe with such intensity, you are not just taking in oxygen, you are generating the fire needed to burn the ropes that bind you. You are saying to existence, I am ready to be light. I am ready to fly. And then comes the second stage, the catharsis. I want you to understand that this is a surgical procedure. You are opening up the wounds that have been festering in your heart for years. These wounds are not physical, they are psychological. Every time you were told no, every time you were shamed for being yourself, a wound was created. And because you didn't know how to heal it, you covered it up. You put on a smile, you put on a tie, you put on a mask, but the wound is still there and it is infecting your whole life. In the second stage, I am giving you the permission to be uncivilized. I am giving you the permission to bleed. If you need to scream, let the scream come from the very bottom of your soul. Let it be a scream of agony, a scream of rage, a scream of liberation. If you need to hit something, hit the floor with all your strength. You are not hitting the floor, you are hitting the prison walls that have been built around you. This is the only way to break out. You cannot think your way out of a prison. You have to break the bars. After the storm of the catharsis, you will feel a strange kind of emptiness. This is a very beautiful state, but the mind will be terrified of it. The mind will say, who am I now? I have no anger. I have no sadness. I have no identity. This is exactly where I want you to be. I want you to be a nobody. Only a nobody can enter the kingdom of God. A somebody is too big to fit through the door. The door is very narrow, and only those who have dropped their somebodyness can pass through. This leads us into the third stage, the Who mantra. Now that you are empty, you have the space for the divine energy to rise. The Who sound is like a bellows, pumping the energy from the lower centers to the higher centers. You are jumping and landing on your heels to give a shock to the system. You are waking up the sleeping beauty of your awareness. For many lives, your awareness has been asleep, dreaming that it is a separate person, dreaming that it is a body, dreaming that it is a mind. The Who is an alarm clock. It is saying, wake up, the dream is over, the reality is here. Keep your arms high. This is a gesture of total surrender. You are saying to the universe, I have no more weapons. I have no more defenses. I am open. Do with me what you will. This surrender is not a weakness. It is the greatest strength there is. It is the strength of a drop of water that is ready to fall into the ocean. The drop does not lose anything. It becomes the ocean. In the same way, when you surrender your ego in the third stage, you don't lose yourself, you find your infinite self. And then the sudden stop. In that moment, you are suspended between two worlds, the world of movement and the world of stillness, the world of time and the world of eternity. You are in the gap. This gap is the most sacred space in existence. It is where all creation comes from. It is where all Buddhas are born. If you can stay in that gap for even a few seconds, you will know something that all the books in the world cannot tell you. You will know the truth. In the fourth stage, you are not a body, you are not a mind, you are not an ego. You are just watching. You are the witness. You are watching the silence. You are watching the energy vibrating in your cells. You are watching the birds singing in the trees. But you are not the birds. You are not the cells. You are not even the silence. You are the one who knows. This knowingness is your eternal nature. It is never born and it never dies. It is the same knowingness that was there when you were a child. And it will be the same knowingness when you are an old man. It is the only thing that is permanent in this ever-changing world. This silence is the ultimate reset. It is like cleaning a mirror that has been covered in dust for centuries. Suddenly the mirror is clean and it reflects the world as it is. Usually our mirrors are so dirty that we only see a distorted version of reality. We see our prejudices, we see our fears, we see our desires. But in the fourth stage, the dust is gone. You see the world in its suchness. A tree is just a tree. A flower is just a flower. A cloud is just a cloud. And everything is beautiful. Everything is a miracle. And then the fifth stage, the celebration. Now you bring the suchness into your dance. Your dance is no longer a physical movement, it is a spiritual expression. You are dancing because the joy inside you is so great that it cannot be contained. It has to overflow. This overflow is what I call love. Love is not something you do with another person. It is something you are. It is the fragrance of a silent heart. When you dance in the fifth stage, you are celebrating your own divinity. You are celebrating the fact that you have found your way home. You are celebrating the fact that you are no longer a beggar, looking for happiness in the world, but a king who has found the treasure within. This celebration is the most important part of the journey. It is the bridge between the meditation and your daily life. If you can carry this celebration into your work, into your relationships, into your chores, then your whole life becomes a dynamic meditation. The modern man is very divided. He lives in compartments. He has a compartment for work, a compartment for family, a compartment for religion. But life is not a compartment, it is a whole. Dynamic meditation is a way to bridge these compartments and become a whole person. A whole person is a holy person. He doesn't need to go to a temple or a church to find God. He finds God in every breath he takes, in every step he walks, in every person he meets. Most people are afraid of totality. They want to be moderate. But moderation is just another word for lukewarmness. Existence is not moderate. The sun is not moderate. The ocean is not moderate. The wind is not moderate. They are all total. I want you to be total. Only when you are total can you know the truth. If you are 99% in, you are still outside. You must be 100% in the breathing, in the catharsis, in the jumping, in the silence, and in the dance. Give your 100%. Dynamic meditation is a war against the ego. And the ego is a very clever enemy. It will try to convince you to be moderate. It will say, don't breathe too hard, you'll get a headache. Don't scream too loud, the neighbors will hear you. Don't jump too high, you'll hurt your knees. These are all tactics of the ego to keep you in its control. Don't listen to it. Be a rebel. Be a madman. Break all the rules of the ego and find the truth that lies beyond. This truth is not a concept. It is not an idea. It is a living experience. It is the experience of your own being. It is the experience of the suchness of existence. Once you have tasted this experience, you will realize that everything you have been looking for, happiness, peace, love, is already inside you. You were just looking in the wrong place. You were looking in the outside world, but the treasure is in the inside world. Dynamic meditation is the map to that treasure. It shows you exactly where to go and how to get there. But you have to do the walking. I can show you the map, but I cannot walk the path for you. You have to take the first step. You have to stand up and breathe. You have to stand up and scream. You have to stand up and jump. And you have to stand up and dance. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. But that step must be taken now. Don't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow is a mirage. It always stays in the future. It never becomes now. If you want to transform your life, you have to do it now. Take a deep, chaotic breath and let the journey begin. Let us look deeper into the mechanics of the second stage. Why is it so important to express your madness? Because we have been taught to be rational at all times. But the mind is not rational. The mind is a chaos. We just pretend to be rational by suppressing the chaos. But this suppression takes a lot of energy. It's like trying to keep a dozen balls under the water at the same time. You are always under stress, always under tension, because you are afraid that one of the balls will pop up. Dynamic meditation is a way to let the balls pop up in a controlled environment. When you scream, when you cry, when you jump, you are letting out the chaos of the mind. And once the chaos is out, the silence that remains is authentic. It is not the silence of a dead mind. It is the silence of a clean mind. This is the difference between a man-made silence and a natural silence. A man-made silence is like a painted flower. It looks good, but it has no fragrance. A natural silence is like a real flower. It is alive and it is full of fragrance. I want you to have that natural silence. I want you to have that authentic peace, and the only way to get it is through chaos. This is the divine paradox. You have to go through the storm to find the center. You have to go through the fire to find the light. You have to go through the madness to find the sanity. The modern world is a madhouse. Everyone is running around, trying to get somewhere, trying to be someone, trying to find happiness in things that are temporary. And everyone is miserable. They are miserable because they are disconnected from their own source. They are like trees that have been uprooted and are trying to survive in a desert. They might have a lot of money, they might have a lot of fame, but they have no roots. Dynamic meditation is a way to reroot yourself. It is a way to connect back to the source of life. When you breathe, when you scream, when you jump, you are digging into the earth. You are looking for the water of life. And once you find that water, you will never be thirsty again. You will be a green tree, full of leaves and flowers, even in the middle of a desert. This is the vision of the new man. A man who is connected to the source, a man who is whole, a man who is free. And this man is being born right now in your own heart, through your own meditation. Don't let the ego kill the child. Let the child grow. Let the child dance. Let the child celebrate. Remember, the instructions are just a guide. The reality is your own experience. If you feel like doing the first stage for 15 minutes instead of 10, do it. If you feel like screaming for 20 minutes, scream. Trust your own inner voice. The meditation is for you. You are not for the meditation. Use the technique as a tool, but don't let it become a cage. In the first stage, use your whole body. Don't just breathe with your nose, breathe with your whole being. Let every cell of your body participate in the breathing. This will generate a massive amount of energy. And this energy is what will carry you through the next stages. It is the fuel for your transformation. In the second stage, don't be ashamed. Shame is a social construct. Existence knows no shame. If a bird screams, it is not ashamed. If a lion roars, it is not ashamed. Why should you be ashamed? You are a part of nature. Be natural. If you feel like being an animal, be an animal. This is your primal nature. and it is beautiful. In the third stage, keep your arms high. This is a way to stretch your energy. You are trying to reach the sky. You are trying to reach the infinite. Each who is a shout of triumph. You are triumphant because you are breaking the chains of the ego. You are triumphant because you are finding your way home. In the fourth stage, be totally still. This is the most difficult stage for most people because we are addicted to movement. But in stillness, the mystery is revealed. In stillness, the divine speaks. Not in words, but in silence. Listen to the silence. It has a message for you. It tells you who you are. In the fifth stage, be totally joyous. Dance as if the whole universe is dancing with you. Because it is. The stars are dancing. The trees are dancing. The ocean is dancing. Join the cosmic dance. This is the only prayer that existence understands. The prayer of gratitude. The prayer of celebration. Dynamic meditation is a revolution in consciousness. It is a way to overthrow the dictatorship of the mind and establish the democracy of the soul. It is a way to be truly alive. Don't be a slave to your thoughts. Be a master of your awareness. This is the only freedom worth having. I see a world where everyone starts their day with this dynamic energy. A world where everyone has cleared their hearts of anger and their minds of anxiety. That would be a paradise on earth. And it starts with you. Each one of you who does the dynamic meditation is a seed of that paradise. Let the seed grow. Give it the water of awareness and the sunshine of joy. And one day you will be a forest of peace. A forest that provides shade and shelter to everyone who passes by. This is the highest service you can do for humanity. Not by doing good, but by being good. Not by preaching truth, but by living truth. Dynamic meditation is the way to the living truth. Go deep into it. Be total. Be dynamic. And I will be with you. In every breath, in every scream, in every who, in every silence, and in every dance, we are one. The morning is here. The golden future is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. As you breathe in the first stage, feel that you are hammering the doors of the divine. With every breath, you are getting closer to the source. Don't stop, keep going. Even if you feel tired, Even if you feel like giving up, keep going. This is the will stage. You are developing the spiritual will that will carry you through all the challenges of life. In the second stage, when you are exploding, feel that you are tearing off the old identity. You are no longer this or that. You are just energy, pure, raw, unadulterated energy. This is your true self. The labels that society has put on you, your name, your profession, your religion, they are all outside. They are just the clothes you wear. But you are not the clothes. You are the light that shines within. In the third stage, when you are jumping, feel that you are soaring towards the heights. Each hoof is a wing beat. You are like an eagle, flying high above the clouds. From that height, the world looks very small. Your problems look very small. Your ego looks very small. You realize that you are a part of something vast, something infinite. In the fourth stage, when you stop, feel that you are dissolving into that vastness. You are like a drop of water that has fallen into the ocean. There is no more drop, only ocean. This is the state of samadhi. This is the state of nirvana. This is the state of bliss. In the fifth stage, when you dance, feel that you are sharing that bliss with the world. Your dance is a message of love. It says, "Look, I have found the treasure, and it is available to everyone. Just look inside." This is the only mission worth having, to be a witness to the truth. Dynamic meditation is the path to the truth. Walk it with courage. Walk it with totality. Walk it with joy. I am with you always. The golden morning is here. Let the dynamic begin. In the silence of the fourth stage, you will realize that time has stopped. There is no past, there is no future. There is only the eternal now. This is the only reality. The past is just a memory. The future is just an imagination. But the now is where life happens. Most people spend their whole lives in the past or the future, and they miss the now. Dynamic meditation is a way to anchor yourself in the now. Once you are anchored in the now, you are invincible. Nothing can touch you. Success cannot make you arrogant. Failure cannot make you depressed. You are like a rock in the middle of a rushing river. The water flows around you, but the rock remains unmoved. This is the art of living. To be in the world, but not of it. To participate in everything, but to remain centered in your own being. Dynamic meditation is the secret of that centering. It teaches you how to find your center in the middle of chaos. It teaches you how to find your silence in the middle of noise. It teaches you how to find yourself in the middle of the crowd. This is the greatest gift you can give to yourself, and once you have it, you will want to share it with the whole world, because joy is not joy unless it is shared. Love is not love unless it is shared. Truth is not truth unless it is shared. So do the dynamic meditation and become a sharer of joy. Become a sharer of love. Become a sharer of truth. The world is waiting for you. The universe is waiting for you. The divine is waiting for you. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. As you breathe, feel that you are breathing in the universe. As you scream, feel that you are screaming out the world. As you jump, feel that you are jumping into the arms of the infinite. As you stay silent, feel that you are staying in the heart of existence. And as you dance, feel that you are dancing for the joy of all beings. This is the ultimate reset. This is the dynamic meditation. I am with you in every breath, in every scream, in every who, in every silence, and in every dance. We are one. The morning sun is rising. The light is here. The truth is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. In the first stage, when you are breathing chaotically, you are actually waking up your brain. Most of our brain is asleep. We only use a small fraction of our potential. By bringing in a massive amount of oxygen and creating chaos, you are firing up the neurons. You are becoming more intelligent, more aware, more conscious. You are literally evolving through your breath. In the second stage, when you are exploding, you are cleaning your nervous system. Our nervous systems are clogged with the stress of modern life. We are constantly in a fight or flight mode, and this creates a lot of tension in the body. By screaming and jumping, you are releasing that tension. You are resetting your nervous system. You will feel a deep sense of relaxation after the catharsis, a relaxation that you have never known before. In the third stage, When you are jumping and shouting who, you are activating your energy centers, chakras. Each chakra represents a different level of consciousness. By hitting the lower centers, you are forcing the energy to move upwards. When the energy reaches the higher centers, you will experience states of consciousness that you never knew existed. You will see colors, you will hear music, you will feel bliss. In the fourth stage, when you stop, you are experiencing the source of that energy. You are looking at the electricity itself, not just the light bulb. You are realizing that you are that electricity. You are the power of the universe. This realization is the ultimate power. Not the power over others, but the power over your own destiny. In the fifth stage, when you dance, you are integrating that power into your life. You are bringing the divine power into the human body. You are becoming a God man. This is the goal of human evolution. To bring the sky to the earth, to bring the silence to the dance. Dynamic meditation is the shortcut to that goal. It is a modern method for a modern problem. It is the ultimate reset for the ultimate human. Go deep into it, be total, be dynamic, and I will see you in the center. Blessings to you on this great adventure. The morning is here. The sun is high. The birds are singing. Everything is ready. Are you? Take a deep, chaotic breath and begin. As the breath moves through your lungs, feel it as a cleansing wind. It's not just air, it's a spiritual fire that burns away the cobwebs of the past. Imagine each chaotic breath is a hammer blow against the thick walls of your ego. You are breaking through the layers of who you think you are to find out who you really are. The more intense the breath, the faster the walls will crumble. Don't be afraid of the chaos. The chaos is the birthing room of the new you. In the second stage, when you scream, let that scream be a declaration of independence. You are no longer a slave to your emotions. You are their master. You are no longer a victim of your past. You are the creator of your future. Let every shout, every cry, every hit on the floor be a letting go of something that was weighing you down. You are becoming lighter, freer, more authentic. You are reclaiming your primal power, the power that was yours before society told you to be quiet and polite. And then, as you move into the third stage, the Who mantra becomes your warrior cry. You are a warrior of the spirit, fighting for your own enlightenment. Each jump is a leap toward the divine. Each who is a knock on the door of heaven. Land on your heels with a thud that shakes your whole being. This shock is necessary to wake up the sleeping consciousness that has been dormant for so many lives. You are calling yourself back to the center. The stop in the fourth stage is the moment of arrival. You have traveled through the storm, you have fought the battles, and now you have reached the inner temple. The silence in this stage is sacred. It's the silence of the Holy of Holies. In this stillness, you are alone with the divine. But you realize that you and the divine are not two, you are one. The silence is the conversation between the drop and the ocean. It's the conversation of no words, the conversation of pure being. This realization will change your whole life. You will never see the world in the same way again. You will see the divine in everything, in the trees, in the stones, in the people you love, and even in the people you find difficult. You will realize that everything is a play of light, a dance of energy, and you are a part of that dance. So in the fifth stage, when you dance, dance with this new awareness. Let your dance be a celebration of oneness. You are dancing for the whole universe, and the whole universe is dancing for you. This is the ultimate celebration. This is the goal of dynamic meditation. I am with you in this dance. I am with you in this silence. We are one in the heart of existence. Let the dynamic continue. As the energy flows through you, notice how it dissolves the boundaries of yourself. In the fourth stage, when you are a statue, you might feel like you are expanding. You might feel like your body is becoming as big as the room or as big as the sky. This is a very good sign. It means your limited self is giving way to your limitless self. You are realizing that you are not contained within the skin. You are the vastness that surrounds everything. This expansion of consciousness is the greatest healing. It cures the root cause of all suffering, the feeling of separation. When you feel separate, you feel afraid. When you feel afraid, you feel angry. When you feel angry, you feel miserable. But when you feel one with everything, there is no room for fear. no room for anger, no room for misery. There is only bliss. Dynamic meditation is a direct path to this bliss. It doesn't ask you to believe in anything. It doesn't ask you to follow any rules. It only asks you to participate. It only asks you to experience. This is the beauty of experiential spirituality. It is self-validating. You don't need anyone else to tell you if it's true. Your own joy will be the proof. So, my beloveds, don't waste any more time in the valley of shadows. Rise up to the mountain of light. The path is clear. The method is simple. And the destination is guaranteed. All you need is courage and totality. Be the dynamic warrior. Be the dancing Buddha. Be the new man. The morning is here. The golden age is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. In the first stage, when you breathe, feel that you are breathing in the light of 1,000 suns. Let that light illuminate every corner of your being. Let it expose all the hidden fears and anxieties. Don't be afraid to look at them. The light is transforming them into awareness. You are shining from the inside out. In the second stage, when you explode, feel that you are shattering the crystal of your ego. The ego is like a frozen structure that keeps you trapped in the past. By screaming and jumping, you are breaking the ice. You are becoming fluid again. You are becoming like flowing water, adaptable and free. In the third stage, when you shout who, feel that you are centering that fluid energy in your hara. The hara is the anchor of your being. When you are centered in the hara, you are unshakable. The storms of life can come, the waves can crash, but you remain still. You are the master of the storm. In the fourth stage, when you stop, feel that you are merged with the silence of the universe. This silence is not nothing, it is everything. It is the source from which all sound comes and to which all sound returns. You are at the still point of the turning world. You are eternal. In the fifth stage, when you dance, feel that you are expressing that eternity in time. Your dance is the intersection of the vertical and the horizontal. You are living the miracle. This is the alchemy of dynamic meditation. This is the transformation of the human soul. Go deep into it. Be total. Be dynamic. And I will see you in the glow. The morning sun is rising. The golden future is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. Every morning you have a choice. You can stay in your old life with your old problems and your old habits, or you can step into the new. You can reset your whole being. Dynamic meditation is the reset button. Press it every day. Don't let the mind talk you out of it. The mind is a conservative organ. It wants to keep things the same. But life is about change. Life is about growth. Life is about evolution. Dynamic meditation is the engine of that evolution. Be a pioneer of consciousness. Be a warrior of the spirit. Be truly alive. The universe is on your side. The whole of existence is cheering you on. You are a beloved child of the universe, and it wants you to be happy and free. So take the leap. Be total. Be dynamic. The morning sun is high. The golden morning is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. In the first stage, when you breathe, feel that you are breaking the rhythm of the machine. Modern man has become a machine, always doing the same things, always thinking the same thoughts. By breathing chaotically, you are reclaiming your humanity. You are becoming unpredictable, alive, spontaneous. You are exploding the machine from within. In the second stage, when you scream, feel that you are shaking the foundations of society. Society wants you to be docile, obedient, predictable. By expressing your raw emotions, you are saying no to the social control. You are reclaiming your individuality. You are becoming a rebel with a cause, and the cause is your own soul. In the third stage, when you shout "Who?", feel that you are drilling into the bedrock of existence. You are looking for the source of life. Each "who" is a strike of the drill. You are going deeper and deeper, beyond the mind, beyond the ego, to the very center of your being. And once you find that center, you will find God. In the fourth stage, when you stop, feel that you have found the center, and in that center there is absolute silence, there is absolute peace, there is absolute bliss. This is the stillness of the Buddha. This is the peace that passes all understanding. In the fifth stage, when you dance, feel that you are dancing the peace into the world. You are a messenger of bliss. Your dance is a gift to everyone you meet. You are spreading the light. This is the work. This is the meditation. This is the celebration. Go deep into it. Be total. Be dynamic. And I will see you in the dance. The morning is here. The golden future is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. As the music starts for the first stage, don't wait, jump in. Start breathing with your whole heart. Let the breath be wild and unrestrained. You are inviting the chaos in, so that the chaos can wash away the old structures. Be a whirlwind of breath. In the second stage, don't be a spectator of your madness. Be the madness itself. Throw yourself into the screaming, the crying, the jumping. This is your catharsis, your cleansing. Let it be total. Don't leave a single corner of your heart unswept. In the third stage, let the who be the only thing in the universe. Become the sound, become the jump, become the thud on the floor. You are hammering the gates of heaven, and the gates are ready to open. All they need is your totality. In the fourth stage, when the stop command comes, freeze like a flash of lightning caught in a photograph. Be perfectly still. In that stillness, the miracle happens. The energy that you have stirred up implodes, and you are catapulted into the beyond. You are home. In the fifth stage, let the dance be a spontaneous song of gratitude. You are not dancing to a rhythm. You are the rhythm. You are the dance of the cosmos in human form. Celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. This is my message to you. This is my gift. Take it, use it, and be free. The morning sun is rising. The light is here. The truth is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. Every day you do the dynamic meditation. You are adding a drop to the ocean of your awareness, and one day the ocean will be full. On that day, you will realize that you have always been the ocean. The drop was just an illusion. This is the ultimate realization. This is enlightenment. It's not something that happens to you, it's something that you are. But to realize it, you have to clear the way. You have to remove the obstacles. Dynamic meditation is the obstacle remover. So be the dynamite that blows up the obstacles. Be the fire that burns away the illusions. Be the silence that reveals the truth. The universe is ready for you. Existence is waiting for you. Take the leap. Be total. Be dynamic. The morning sun is high. The golden morning is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. As you finish the fourth stage and enter the dance of the fifth, feel that you are integrated. You are no longer split between the inner and the outer, the silent and the loud, the human and the divine. You are a seamless whole. This is the secret of wholeness. This is the secret of holiness. And as you walk out into the world, carry this wholeness with you. Let it infuse everything you do. Let it transform your every interaction. You are now a carrier of the light. You are a Zorba the Buddha. Go forth and celebrate. Go forth and love. Go forth and be dynamic. The ultimate reset is complete. The new life has begun. Blessings to you on your journey. We are one. The dynamic is eternal. Because you see, the mind is a collector of dust. It is like a spider that keeps weaving its web, and if you don't clean it every day, you will eventually get trapped in your own creations. Most people are living in a web of their own making, a web of thoughts, a web of ideologies, a web of how things should be. Dynamic meditation is the broom that sweeps the spider away and clears the web. It is not a gentle process because the spider is very attached to its web. You are that spider, and you are also the one who needs to be free. This is the struggle. This is the friction that creates the fire of awareness. When I tell you to breathe chaotically, I am asking you to go against the very grain of your mechanical habits. The mind is a machine. It loves rhythm. It loves repetition. It loves the predictable. If you breathe in a rhythm, the mind can go to sleep. It says, okay, I know what is happening. I can relax into my old patterns. But when the breath is chaotic, the mind is alert. It doesn't know what is coming next. This alertness is the beginning of consciousness. You are no longer on autopilot. You are taking the wheel of your own energy. Modern humanity is suffering from a very specific kind of neurosis. You have too much head and very little body. You live in your thoughts, in your projections, in your digital screens. Your body is just a vehicle that carries your head from one meeting to another, from one meal to another. But the body is the source of your vitality. The body is the place where the divine touches the earth. In dynamic meditation, we are bringing the energy down from the head into the body. We are grounding the electric current of your soul. In the second stage, when I ask you to scream, it is not just about making noise. It is about vocalizing the unvocalized. There are so many things you wanted to say to your parents, to your teachers, to your lovers, but you swallowed them. Those words didn't die. They became stones in your throat. They became tension in your jaw. They became clutter in your heart. When you scream in the meditation, you are not screaming at anyone. You are simply releasing the energy of the unspoken. You are clearing the channel. Notice how you feel after a good scream. There is a sudden lightness. Your throat feels open. Your chest feels expanded. This is because you have moved a blockage. This blockage was preventing the energy from flowing upwards. You cannot reach the Sahasrara, the crown chakra, if your throat is blocked by suppressed emotions. You must clear the path. Each stage of dynamic meditation is a clearing of a specific energy center. The third stage, the Who mantra, is the most powerful tool for this upward movement. When you jump and hit your heels, the vibration travels up the spine. The spine is your Susumna, the central channel of your energy system. Usually this channel is clogged with old energy, like a pipe that hasn't been used in years. The Who is the pressure that pushes the mud out. It is a violent process, yes, but it is a divine violence. It is the violence of the spring that breaks the hard shell of the winter. Many of you ask Osho, why can't we do this silently? Because you are not silent. You are full of noise. To reach the silence, you must first exhaust the noise. If I tell you to sit silently, you will only be suppressing your inner noise. It will still be there, boiling underneath the surface. Dynamic meditation is a cathartic method. It says, let the noise out, let the madness out, let the energy explode. Only when the explosion is over can the real silence happen. The silence of the fourth stage is not something you do. It is something that descends upon you. It is a gift from the universe for your totality in the first three stages. If you are 100% total in your breathing, in your screaming, and in your jumping, the silence will be so deep that it will feel like a physical presence. You will be able to touch the silence. You will be able to taste the silence. This is the silence that the ancient sages called sunyata, the pregnant void. In this void, the ego cannot survive. The ego needs movement to exist. It needs doing to exist. It needs a subject and an object to exist. But in the fourth stage, there is no subject and no object. There is only watching. This watching is the most revolutionary act a human being can perform. To watch without judging, to watch without identifying, to watch without wanting to change anything. This is the secret of secrets. It is the master key that opens all the doors of the divine. When you are in that stop position, you are like a seed that has been planted in the earth. The breathing was the plowing of the fields. The catharsis was the removal of the weeds. The who was the watering of the soil. Now, in the silence, the seed is growing. You don't see the growth with your physical eyes, but something is happening deep within. Your consciousness is rearranging itself. You are moving from the periphery to the center. The center is the only place where you are safe. On the periphery, there is always turmoil. On the periphery, there are always the waves of the ocean. But in the center, in the deep water, there is absolute calm. Dynamic meditation is the diving into that deep water. Most people spend their whole lives surfing on the waves. They have a lot of excitement, but they have no peace. They have a lot of movement, but they have no direction. I want you to be a diver. I want you to go to the very bottom of your own being. And once you have found that bottom, once you have found your home, you can return to the periphery with a new perspective. You can return to the world and dance. This is the fifth stage. The dance is the integration. It is the proof that you have found the center. A man who has found the center dances differently. His dance is not a performance, it is a celebration. He is not dancing for the audience, he is dancing for the Creator. I want you to become creative. Creativity is not just about painting a picture or writing a poem. Creativity is a quality of your being. It means being in a state of overflow. When you are total in your meditation, your energy starts to overflow. And that overflow becomes your love, your work, your dance. You are no longer trying to be creative. You are creativity. You are a channel through which the universe expresses itself. This is the vision of the new man. A man who is not divided against himself. A man who is a unity of body, mind, and soul. Modern education has split you. It has made you a heady person who is afraid of his own emotions and disconnected from his own body. Dynamic meditation heals this split. It brings all the parts of you back together. It makes you whole. Don't be afraid of the unpredictability of the meditation. Sometimes you might feel like laughing, sometimes you might feel like crying, sometimes you might feel a tremendous heat. All of this is part of the process. Trust the energy. The energy is wiser than your mind. Your mind is just a collection of past data, but the energy is the living intelligence of the universe. If you trust the energy, it will take you exactly where you need to go. Many of you are looking for enlightenment as if it is some far away destination. Enlightenment is not a destination, it is a state of being. It is the state of being awake in the present moment. Dynamic meditation is a way to wake you up from the hypnotic sleep of society. You are walking, talking, and working, but you are dreaming. You are dreaming that you are a separate person. You are dreaming that you are successful or a failure. You are dreaming that you are happy or sad. But in the meditation, the dream is shattered. You see the reality as it is. The reality is no thingness. It is a vast open sky. There are clouds in the sky, thoughts, emotions, sensations, but the sky itself is untouched. You are that sky. The clouds are not you. They are just passing through. In the fourth stage, when you are silent, you realize your sky nature. You realize that you have always been free, and you will always be free. The bondage was only in your mind. This realization is the ultimate reset. It is the moment you stop being a victim of your past and start being the master of your present. You realize that you can choose your response to life. You are no longer a reaction machine. You are a conscious being. This is the highest dignity a human can achieve. I want you to take this meditation into your life. Don't leave it in your meditation room. When you go to work, carry that silent center with you. When you talk to your partner, talk from that place of peace. When you are stuck in traffic, don't get angry. Just breathe and watch. The dynamic is not just for 1 hour in the morning. It is for 24 hours a day. It is a new way of being. It is a revolution. And like all revolutions, it starts with a rebellion. You must rebel against your own laziness. You must rebel against your own excuses. The mind will always give you 1,000 reasons why you can't meditate today. I didn't sleep well. I have a lot of work. My back hurts. These are all lies of the ego to keep you in the prison of the known. Breathe the bars, stand up, breathe. You have a choice. You can stay a caterpillar, crawling on the ground, eating leaves, and being afraid of birds. Or you can die to your caterpillar self and become a butterfly. The butterfly can fly. The butterfly can see the world from a different perspective. The butterfly is a celebration of nature. Dynamic meditation is the cocoon in which the transformation happens. It is a dark place, it is a cramped place, it is a difficult place, but it is the only place where the butterfly can be born. Are you ready to die as a caterpillar? Are you ready to lose your safety and your predictability? If you are, then the sky is yours. The infinite is yours. The divine is yours. In the first stage, the breathing, make it total. Don't be a lukewarm breather. If you are lukewarm, nothing will happen. You have to reach the boiling point. When water reaches 100 degrees, it turns into steam. Steam has a different quality than water. It moves upwards. In the same way, when your energy reaches the boiling point, through chaotic breathing, it turns into spiritual steam. It moves towards the higher centers. In the second stage, the catharsis, don't be polite. Being polite is a social disease. In the meditation room, be primitive. Be an animal. Be a child. Be a madman. The more you let go, the more room you create for the light. Imagine that you are vomiting out all the psychological toxins you have swallowed over the years. Throw them out. Don't be a trash can for society's rubbish. In the third stage, the who, land on your heels. This is a physical shock that wakes up the cells. Your cells have memories, they have intelligence. Most of your cells are asleep. By jumping and landing on your heels, you are vibrating every cell in your body. You are waking up the whole house. You are no longer just a mind. You are a vibrant organism. In the fourth stage, the stop. Be a rock. Be a mountain. Be the silence of the forest. In this stillness, the ego starts to wither. The ego can only survive in doing. In non-doing, the ego dies of hunger. And in its death, your true self is born. This is the miracle of meditation. In the fifth stage, the celebration, be the dance. Don't do the dance. If you are doing the dance, there is still a doer, the ego. But if you are the dance, the doer is gone. There is only dancing. This loss of self in the dance is the highest bliss. It is what the Sufis call fana, the dissolution of the self in the divine. This 5-stage process is a complete path. It is the first and last freedom. It is your way. Don't listen to the priests who tell you that meditation is about control. Control is a product of the mind. Meditation is about awareness. Control makes you a slave to your own rules. Awareness makes you a master of your own freedom. I want you to be free. Free from your past, free from your fears, free from your own ego. Dynamic meditation is the fire of freedom. Jump into the fire. Don't be afraid. The fire will only burn that which is not you. It will only burn your masks. The real you is fireproof. It will emerge from the fire more shining, more radiant, more divine. This is the alchemy of the soul. You are the alchemist. The dynamic is the process. The result is you. Go deep into it. Be total. Be dynamic. And remember, existence loves a courageous heart. If you are courageous enough to look into your own darkness, existence will reward you with its light. If you are courageous enough to let go of your ego, existence will give you itself. The golden morning is here. The new man is being born. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. As you move through the world after the meditation, notice the quality of your actions. Are you acting from a place of peace or a place of fear? Are you responding or reacting? This self-observation is the continuation of the meditation. The dynamic doesn't end when the music stops. It just changes its form. It becomes a silent dynamic. In your relationships, be authentic. Don't wear the masks of politeness. If you are angry, express it in a healthy way, not as an attack, but as an expression of your energy. If you are sad, let the tears flow. If you are happy, celebrate. When you are authentic, you are in communion with existence. When you are false, you are isolated. Isolation is the root of all misery. Communion is the root of all bliss. Dynamic meditation is a way to break the isolation and enter into communion. You realize that you are part of the whole. You are like a leaf on the tree of life. The same sap that flows through the tree flows through you. You are not alone. You are on one. This realization is the end of the ego. The ego is a sense of separation. When the separation is gone, the ego is gone. And when the ego is gone, God is. Not a God in the sky, but a Godness that permeates everything. A Godness that is in the trees, in the stones, in the people, and in you. This Godness is the ultimate reality. Dynamic meditation is the way to the reality. Walk the way, be the way. The universe is waiting for you. Everything is ready. Are you? Take a deep, chaotic breath and begin. As the breath enters your body, feel it as a divine guest. Treat every inhalation with respect. Treat every exhalation with gratitude. You are interacting with the source of life. This is not a mundane act, it is a sacred ritual. The more sacredness you bring to the breathing, the more profundity you will experience. In the first stage, when the chaos starts, don't try to manage it. Surrender to the chaos. Let the breath take over. Let the body shake. Let the energy swirl. You are like a leaf in a storm. The leaf doesn't fight the storm, it dances with the storm. Be that leaf. In the second stage, when the explosion happens, don't hold back. Let the scream be total. Let the jumping be total. Let the crying be total. This is your freedom from the past. You are shaking off the chains of centuries. You are reclaiming your original face. The face you had before you were conditioned by society. And in the third stage, the who make it a mantra of power. Each who is a strike on the bell of consciousness. The sound should reverberate in your whole being. You are calling yourself back to the center. You are waking up the master within. The stop in the fourth stage is the moment of transformation. It is the moment the lead turns into gold. In the silence, you are reborn. You are fresh. You are new. You are innocent. Stay in that innocence as long as possible. Don't let the mind bring back the old junk. And in the fifth stage, the dance. Dance like a celebration of life. You are no longer this or that. You are just a pure existence that is expressing itself through movement. Your dance is a prayer. Your dance is a bliss. Your dance is you. This is the ultimate reset. This is the dynamic meditation. Go deep into it. Be total. Be dynamic. And I will see you in the glow. The morning is here. The golden future is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. Every breath you take in the first stage is a declaration. You are declaring that you are done with being a slave to your habits. You are declaring that you are ready for the unknown. The breath is your weapon. Use it with courage. Use it with intensity. Use it with totality. The chaos of the breath is the chaos of creation. It's the same chaos that existed before the stars were born. By inviting the chaos, you are inviting the Creator within. You are clearing the ground for a new creation, a new life. In the second stage, the catharsis is the cleansing. It's the spiritual laundry. You are washing away all the stains of the past. Don't be afraid to get messy. The messiness is the cleaning process. Once the mess is out, the purity remains. This purity is your true nature. The who in the third stage is the upward force. It's the spiritual rocket. It's carrying you beyond the mind. Land on your heels with certainty. Each jump is a step on the ladder to heaven. The heaven is not a place, it's a state of awareness, and you are rising towards it. The stop in the fourth stage is the arrival. You have reached the top. You are standing on the peak of the mountain. The view from the peak is infinite. The silence is divine. The peace is absolute. You have found the center. And in the fifth stage, the dance is the descent. You are bringing the light from the mountain top back into the valley. You are sharing the silence with the world. You are living the bliss in your daily life. This is the complete circle. This is the dynamic way. Go deep into it. Be total. Be dynamic. And remember, meditation is the only way out of the madness. The world is mad, but you don't have to be. You can be the silent center in the middle of the storm. You can be the joyous light in the middle of the darkness. The dynamic is the key. Turn it now and let the celebration begin. The morning sun is high. The golden morning is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. As you breathe, feel that you are breathing in the vitality of the stars. As you scream, feel that you are screaming out the limitations of the ego. As you jump, feel that you are jumping into the presence of the divine. As you stay silent, feel that you are staying in the core of existence. And as you dance, feel that you are dancing the dance of the infinite. This is the ultimate reset. This is the dynamic meditation. I am with you in every breath, in every scream, in every who, in every silence, and in every dance. We are one. The morning is here. The light is here. The truth is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin. In the first stage, don't let your mind analyze the breath. Don't think, is it deep enough? Is it fast enough? Just be the breath. Let the action take over the actor. When the doing is total, the doer is gone. This loss of self in the action is the first step towards enlightenment. In the second stage, don't plan your catharsis. Don't think first I will scream, then I will cry. Let the body decide. The body has its own wisdom. It knows what it needs to release. If you plan it, it's just another performance of the ego. But if you let it happen, it is a divine release. In the third stage, don't worry about the effort. The effort itself is the energy. The more you give, the more powerful you become. You are tapping into the unlimited reservoir of universal energy. Each who is a link to that reservoir. You are becoming a channel of power. In the fourth stage, don't look for the silence. Silence is not an object that you can find. Silence is what you are when you stop looking. Just stop everything, and the silence will reveal itself. It's like the sky that is always there, even when it's covered by clouds. Just stop the cloud making, and the sky is revealed. In the fifth stage, don't dance to the music. Be the music. Let the vibration move you. You are like a flute in the hands of the divine. The music is flowing through you. This oneness with the melody is the ultimate bliss. This is the dynamic process. It is scientific, it is logical, it is transformational. It is the ultimate reset for the modern man. Go deep into it. Be total. Be dynamic. And I will see you in the glow. The morning is here. The golden future is here. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let the dynamic begin.